I love seeing Sandslash get highlighted this morning. He seems so good to me, and nobody is using him. Yeah, I think a lot of the Pokemon Pocket content is currently greatly underappreciating the good Stage 1 attackers. I think the things that do effectively 70 for 2 and the things that do 40 for 1 are both much better than a lot of people are giving them credit for in terms of their deck building. I also think a lot of people have underexplored a lot of the purely one knockout point decks. I think Sandslash and those other Stage 1s tend to be very good in the decks that are only one knockout Pokemon. Morning, Yoji. Yeah, we're gonna be doing Pocket basically every day. The only days we're not gonna do Pocket are like the first couple of days that Marvel Snap drops are live, so it'll be once or twice a month. But in general, we're gonna do Pocket and Snap every day. Is my plan. They're going second. I would love to lead on a Farfetch while going second. Put the Coughings on the bench. Speaking of cards that are underappreciated, I think Duck is underappreciated by many. Slaps in the literal sense. I was never a big Pokemon TCG fan, but I've really been enjoying Pocket for the first few days. I think they did something I wouldn't have thought was possible before seeing Pocket, which is they successfully cut away the noise in Pokemon TCG while keeping a lot of the core good parts and also doing things like modernizing the resource system for 2024. $49, also the number of months since Jeff played Runeterra. What's going on, Glitch? Thanks for coming along on all our card game adventures. Appreciate the over 4 years. That's another Farfetch. I'm looking for, so this deck that we're playing is an idea I had doodling around in my head, which is Brock puts a fighting energy specifically on Golem, and Golem only needs one fighting energy. So this deck has Wheezing, Koga, and Farfetch to starter Pokemon, and then I've got the Golem Geodude evolution line, and Brock's to put fighting energy on the Golem, and we're only dark energy. So we have to be a 2-color deck with some consistency here. This is the basic idea. So I think it's actually correct here to switch out to the Wheezing, because Wheezing poisons plus cracks for 30, which means we're effectively dealing 50 per cycle with him. So I'll take them from 100 to 0 in 2 cycles. Oh, it's their weakness too. I forgot about weakness. Yeah. Jinx is damage based on energy, right? Which is like knock rate against my base attackers that are all 1. Yeah, she doesn't even KO what's his damage 1. Oh wait, do I have fighting energy in here by mistake? It looks like I do actually. Need to fix that. I keep forgetting anytime you make any changes to a deck, It adds fighting energy, but it adds all your energies back into it, even if you didn't want them. Koga here lets us scoop Wheezing back up to our hand. So I assume this game is mostly done with our current setup. Just not gonna have time to get this chunky monkey online in the backdrop, I don't think. Jinx basically dies in one. Mewtwo takes a good bit of setup here too for them. I suppose this stalls an energy for the turn. Yes. Tackle. Yeah, so Pokemon TCG has basically always merged a few different types into one. So, like, Dragon has its own type now, but, like, there isn't a poison type for Wheezing, for example. Wonder if I was supposed to set up a new Wheezing this turn. It might have been right to Koga and put an energy down. If they have a Giovanni here, I could be in trouble. Giovanni gives them plus 10 damage, which lets this Mewtwo crack Wheezing. Hey, Norin, thanks for the 17 months. There's one that's been waiting to try Pocket, by the way. You can't install it from the App Store cleanly yet, but they pulled the VPN requirement. So if you're on Android, you could just install the APK. Or if you're on iOS, you can make a dummy account that says it's in New Zealand and install that way. Eggs, thank you for the 20 more months. Appreciate that. It's not the Graveler I wanted for Christmas. Fortunately, we might actually lose this game because of my energies being wrong. I keep generating fighting energies, and I need a dark energy for this Wheezing. So ideally, we just use Brock to get fighting, but I messed up my deck settings for this go round. Hey, look, there's a Graveler. Perfect. And then with the Graveler draw here, the game should be done. Even if they retreat out here, I'm gonna get to evolve into Golem, retreat it, put in energy, Brock an energy, crack them. Someone asked why is there a fighting Pokemon in here? Golem's our finisher. It cracks for 150 damage. So the idea is to set up chip damage with Wheezing and Farfetch to work them down, and then they gotta get through 3 prizes on us. Yeah, my plan is to play Golem and Metal Pokemon today. Things I haven't explored yet. We didn't need our finisher here, but we would have had it if we needed it. All right, I'm gonna tap an Admiral. I'm gonna fix the energies of this deck, and then we're gonna play some more Dark Rocks. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, so part of the idea here, Digo, is that when I have the energy not messed up, is you can take away one of the types of energy in your deck. So, unfortunately, I forgot that anytime I change even a single card, it resets them. So I'm actually pulling the fighting energy out of this deck because Golem only needs a single fighting, and Brock puts a single fighting on Golem or Onix. So the idea here is we're consistent because Wheezing and Coughing only need dark and Farfetch'd is colorless. And then by the time we get to Golem, we'll be able to just Brock a fighting onto it for our finisher. At least that's the theory craft, at least. Thanks for the 23 months, Sylvie. It is clever. I don't know if it's good, but it's definitely clever. I've been scrolling all the starting cards. Yeah, so one other thing I'm doing is I'm only playing a singleton Geodude because the games you start on Geodude as your opener, you're kind of bricked because it has a retreat cost of 2. So basically, I want to have the 80% as opposed to 66. I want the extra 14% to not start on a Geodude. And realistically, I don't need Geodude till my second or third turn anyways. If you draw the rock Pokemon, you're bricked. Yes, exactly that. Yeah, so for those that were on ad break, welcome back. So again, the basic idea is you can pull which energy you want in and out of your deck. So I had fighting energy by mistake in that first game. We want only dark because Brock lets us get the single fighting on Golem at the end of the game as our finisher. And we set up chip shots with Wheezing and Farfetch'd and Koga to stall a little bit. And then we finish with this 151 prize Torko. He invites to learning Python. It's been so long since I learned a programming language. It really depends on your learning style too. I'm someone that always learned best by doing, so whenever I want to learn a library or a language, I figure out something I want to build for myself, and then I just build it. We tried Victory Bell. I have not. First, which if we had Wheezing would mean leading on Wheezing would be good because Wheezing would get to attack on 2. However, I don't have Wheezing, so I'm going to open on the duck so we can crack them with the slap. Geodude. The Mewtwo EX deck is definitely one of the premier aggressive decks in the format. The 3 premier aggro decks right now are Pikachu EX, Mewtwo EX, and then Charizard EX, with maybe some Starmie around the edges. The opponent got to attach an energy first, but my Duck's still gonna crack them for 80 before they really get moving with this. If I brick on Wheezing, we could be in trouble because they had first energy advantage, but if we find the Wheezing, they're gonna be in a bad way. Oh, they started powering up the back one. That's an interesting decision. What makes a deck aggressive in pocket? My definition of aggressive is they try to set up an EX Pokemon as fast as possible and start blasting with it. Oh, I forgot to use... I'm so dumb. I could have used Brock there. Very silly. Wow. And if I would have used the Brock, we actually would have one-hit KO'd this Mewtwo, yeah? We would have won the game on this box. I had the 2 Brocks and I had it on curve. It's not the Wheezing I wanted for Christmas. Alright, it's fine. Let's do this. We'll remember to play our Brock out this time. They're weak to this, so this is still a 40 for 1. I think they're just dead to the second Brock despite my mistake now, yeah? They'd have to Sabrina me up here, but I think that's unlikely. Oh, me. I deserve this for my mistake in the last one. That probably means we're dead. Imagine losing a game where you had a good draw because you made a mistake. Couldn't be me. No. I'd have Golemed this last turn and they wouldn't have had a chance to hit me first and trade here if I had played right. That's so sad. It would have been a perfect highlight of how we dismantle this if I would have just seen my card on curve. And part of that game makes me want the second Geodude, so we can just always start like that as much as possible. But I guess that game would have only been possible because of the 2 Brocks as well. Is Zapdos good? Zapdos is alright. He's playing the Pikachu deck. Alright, give me a Wheezing setup in the opener, huh? Just a duck. Gonna feel bad if we get red carded, but we want to dig for some basics here. Not gonna feel bad at all. We found 2 basics. Perfect. Can't attach an energy from the energy zone on turn 1, so just playing these out and passing it over. I want this game to take my freedom currency, but they're saying I can't give it to them because I'm not from Middle Earth. LOL. Alright, so they get Moltres Accelerate here. Sorry, I mean, they're gonna pass the turn and do nothing. I play strong plays all around. Win-win, chat. One legendary fire creature or one slappy bird. We brick on Wheezing, we could be in trouble. Really need a Wheezing or a Graveler. Ideally both. Oh, I already have Graveler, I'm dumb. Ignore me. Second Farfetch'd, I think. Seven cards, so 2 Wheezings and 7 cards. Arcanine, gorgeous full art, 120 a crack with that one. But notably only 150 HP, so. Yeah, you definitely play the Brox in advanced, Derek. 100% playing the Brox in advance. Radu! Thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Yeah, and like now, again, this Golem threatens 150 damage in a singular crack. So they take 1 match point here. But I need to go ahead and slide my duck up. And then my duck cracks the Moltres. And I get 2 match points. And then we're set up with the Brock on the Golem here to be able to clean out the Arcanine in one go. Yeah, and then the Golem. We're on two match points. Is that the strongest attack on a non-EX? If you don't count Dragonite, which kinda does 200 if you squint. The opponent of it out here? I don't think so. We kinda just ran them down. Ooh, that's a good call. Golem could do 200. Yeah, so two match points to 2 match points here, but our finisher is ready. And this is, again, kind of exactly what this deck is looking to do. We set up with Farfetch'd and or Wheezing. Wheezing was nowhere to be found, so the duck was here. And then Golem gets to be our big finish. Put a little respect on the duck, chat. What does Brock do? Brock attaches a fighting energy to a Golem or an Onyx. So this deck actually has no fighting energy in it. I've removed it from the energy zone. So we're guaranteed to have Dark for our starting Wheezing. And then the way we get a fighting on the Golem is we draw one of our 2 Brocks. I think specifically the risk with EX's, Duck, is when you're starting on an EX. There's actually a lot of value in having an EX in decks as your final Pokemon, but when your first Pokemon is an EX, it's a huge risk. But if you could, I think, I wouldn't be surprised if once the dust settles, some of the best decks in this game are the ones where you lead on 2 single knockout Pokemons and then finish on an EX, so you get the most strength with the least amount of risk. No fighting energy is this game's version of an uncastable Kikijiki. It kinda is, yeah, honestly. That's a very apt comparison. So in this game, there are no energy cards in your actual deck, Rippers. Your decks are only 20 cards, and you have max 2 copies of each card. I'm actually going to retreat this game, because I really don't want to play... I don't know if we queued into a different person. I don't remember what the username was, but I really don't want to play the exact same matchup again. Our opener's a little clunky, and I'd rather just not. It was the same person. Which queue was I in? It's weird that I thought I switched back to me. I was playing off stream last night, and I set the trading card game player setting yesterday, and that one kept repairing me. I'll give it a second. Easy2Cube, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Have you played with Meowth at all? The consistency is nice in stage shoot X, but I'm wondering if red card makes them unplayable. Yeah, I think generally speaking, red card is not great, but a ton of people are playing it, so I agree with the conclusion that it makes Meowth clunky to the point of probably not being good. Fog, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. And we've unfortunately hit like our 10% failure rate here. Can play a game and see how it goes. They're starting on routes, but I would wager we are probably scuffed in most games where we have to lead Geodude. Because of the existence of red card, I think we're chilling on the Professor's Research route. Fair start also appears to be very bad here, though. They don't have a Mewtwo, they just have this Greninja. So now I have to decide, do I want to put an energy on this and retreat it and poison them with the Wheezing? Or do I want to evolve and hope I top deck the Brock? I think I just want to poison them, honestly. The Brock is less than 20% to show up here. The cards are not one-to-one with physical at all. There are a number of digital-only designs. And I really hope they choose to do live balance as opposed to strictly banning cards like they do in the paper TCG. All right, do they have Gardevoir is the question here. They found the Mewtwo. If they have Gardevoir, we could be in trouble. Although Wheezing them being weak to Wheezing is definitely helpful. They do not have Gardevoir, which means they can't attack this turn. So that's very, very good for us. That probably means we have enough time to take this over. Good example of a game where our draw wasn't ideal, but the opponent's draw was also really far from ideal. So Mewtwo is weak to dark types. So I get plus 20 damage anytime my Wheezing attacks in. Someone actually asked earlier why Wheezing over a different stage 1, like Star Me with a free retreat, for example, and higher HP is important. We have 110. Koga letting you stall has value, and Wheezing effectively hits for 50 even against non-weak things because he does 20 per cycle with the poison. And then these on my bench only ever take 1 energy to power up, so you don't need to put energies on them in advance. So we're basically always powering up Golem when we have an active attacker. Even if they have Gardevoir or a Giovanni here, they're just going to KO our Wheezing, taking 1 match point, and then we'll get to KO their EX, taking 2 match points. A lot of people have referred to this Mewtwo EX deck as one of the best decks in the game. I just don't. It's reasonable, it's competitive, but I feel like enough people aren't playing decks like what we're doing yet, which is just like outright aggression to be able to pressure these EXs before they get set up. They have a second Mewtwo here, which means they have a shot. But again, I'm playing a single prize deck as opposed to their double prize deck. So I'm gonna get 2 match points off this knockout here. And if we can find a Brock in a reasonable amount of time, there's one of them. They're gonna be in trouble here. So they are not in a position to be able, even if they have Gardevoir, this back Mewtwo EX only has 1 energy on it. So I'm gonna get to poison this thing and crack it. And then even if they manage to cobble together something that deals with my Wheezing here, the Golem is set up in the back line to just 1-hit KO anything they do as our finisher. Threatens a big boy 150 hit. Does Sabrina get us here? We might be 1 energy behind a Sabrina. No, because they wouldn't be able to 1-hit KO the Farfetch'd, right? Because it's only 50. Yeah, I think we were good. So we get to Brock the Golem. We get to put an energy on here. It's a shame we don't have 1 more energy on the Golem, because we would have been able to win this turn. Oh, I guess we can't go for this turn. So we Gas Leak. We tackle for 50. They could think you're unlucky missing Bike Energy for so long. Yes. We are unlucky by our own design. They have the Wheezing knockout here, but we have the Golem finisher, so they're stuck. They can't even retreat because all of their things are dead in one to Golem. Yeah. Misty feels less like aggro and more like flip a coin to win or lose the game at turn. I think that's true of the bad Misty decks. However, I think the good Misty decks are mostly playing like 2 energy attackers. So you use Misty to start attacking with them on 1. Yes, Wheezing is a dark type in this game. Yeah, we can pull the deck up. Or is it really a great way to show an entire deck in this application? I can show you in this really, really tiny picture. The noteworthy things are Singleton Geodude. Your 2 of all Pokemon with the Singleton Geodude. And then Singleton Sabrina. So all 2s, Singleton Sabrina, Singleton Geodude. Yeah, Starmie EX is a good example of you flip 1 heads on Misty and then it's insane, and if you flip 0s, you're still fine. Yeah, I could set up one that zooms into just the deck in this screen, I guess, but it's gonna be super hokey low resolution. And I also wouldn't be able to zoom on it. Do it real quick here. I can do this, but yeah, look, the resolution is just so bad. It's better than it was, I suppose. This screen seems like it'll probably be useful again in the future, so we'll leave it up, but yeah, not exactly. Dealing with vertical clients. If you squint hard enough, you could maybe read the text. Yeah, don't do that. Don't strain your eyes. That's better. That's good though. We can do this on occasion. Yeah, this deck feels good enough to get a highlight with, Grindle, so we're gonna get a highlights worth of games with this, and then we'll try some metal. What's the theory behind 1 Geodude and 2 evolves? Because you want to evolve the Geodude as quickly as possible, but you want Geodude to be your first Pokemon as less likely as possible. And Pokeball also helps you find your basics as the game goes on. I think this is the first game we're going second with this deck. It's like the first game we don't have Farfetch'd on one, which is who we want when we're going second. But it doesn't want to play against. Doesn't want to play against Wheezing. We sort of had Farfetch'd in that way. Yeah, that's true. When they're weak to us, it's kind of like Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd adjacent. Alright, now this hand slaps. It's kind of bad, but it slaps in the literal sense. Appreciate the early crew here for some pocket. We're gonna probably do a little bit longer of a pocket segment today. We're gonna play this until the OTA drops for stat. Them starting on Execute while they're on the play is actually incredibly scary because Executor flips a coin to one-hit KO Farfetch'd. So we really need to find a coughing on turn 1 here. Ooh, I like Executor Greninja. Greninja is definitely my favorite card in this game right now. I'm gonna play a lot of him. Uh-oh. Might be a scuff game. You think they have no water energy? They could. They could. I have some Greninja decks. In fact, we're gonna play a Greninja deck with Melmetal where I'm only using Misty to generate water energy. No, I haven't played Paper Pokemon TCG in years. Like 5 or 6 years ago last time I played. So, this Dorko does 40 guaranteed, and it flips a coin to deal 40 more, so it does an average of 60. Yes, the game guarantees a basic in the opener. If I hit a coughing this turn, we have a shot to play a game. No coughing, no professor's research, no Pokeballs, and 7 cards. Sometimes. There was supposed to be a Marvel Stamp OT today, yes. No, it's got different game mechanics in the paper game, Lim. The core idea of you're attaching energy to Pokemon and attacking with them and you win by knocking your opponent's stuff out is the same. But the game is pretty different than the paper game. Holy. So, a lot of decks prefer going second. When you're leading on coughing into Wheezing, you prefer to go first because it gives you first evolution advantage. So I'll get to evolve the same turn I attack, and we'll get to attack. It's gonna be a quick game. So this thing's weak to dark, yeah? Oh, yeah. Sugar, we're going down. An effective 60 for 1. It's a gas leak. Yes, Brock will give you a fighting energy even if you don't have fighting energy in your energy zone. Wheezing's one of the best cards in this game. In part because of its synergy with Koga, but just in general, very strong. Here's my favorite Pokemon, the Alolan Sandshrew. You see there below my frame is my favorite. Oh no, don't red card me, please stop. No, how will I ever recover? Don't. Maybe I was supposed to Sabrina here, actually. If they have Pidgeot, we could actually be in trouble. Because evolving gets rid of the poison, and then Pidgeot KOs me from 60. I think Pidgeot's 130, right? So Farfetch'd will not be able to knock it out in 2. Yeah, we could be in trouble here. Hopefully they mess up and they use the drive off. Rats. The red card might end up winning them the game now, because they shuffled our Golem out. We were memeing about that, but I haven't redrawn Golem here. I think the play to win line is put an energy on Graveler and then hope to draw Golem next turn so we can KO the Pidgeot. So if I hit the 1 and 3 to draw the Golem, we will we'll get to evolve, put a dark energy on Brock to 4, and then knock this out. Yeah, it's really sad that Brock doesn't work with Graveler. It has to be specifically Golem. One of these days, I'll set up a sweet line that we're 50%-ish to hit on, and we'll actually hit on it. One of these days. Choosing energy is a yes-no toggle. You don't choose the order they come up in or the ratio. So if you choose to have 2 colors of energy, you could literally hit just the same energy 5 or 6 turns in a row. Not the Pokeballs or the Coughings we're looking for. Morning, Ben. Not having any of those means Geodude gets to get forced out. Are we dead? Feels like we're dead. Oh yeah, fully bricked. And got Sabrina because we were bricked. Hey, Dark Dart, thank you for the 12 buds. I appreciate the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. Big Wheezing on the opener. Koga ready to go. Plenty of time to buy. Koga lets us return Wheezing in our active spot to our hand. So it kind of gives us a free retreat, and it gives us a damage reset on it. So you get him up, get some damage ticked out, and then get to pull it back. Yeah, I could pull a buck back too, but not in this deck. The Professor and Pokeball are currently auto-includes in every deck. Pocket decks are basically 16 cards. I guess I have a couple of decks that don't play Pokeball because they're weird, but I don't think they're good. You have shuffled by 3 cards into 3 different cards. games. I guess losing the Koga's a little sad, potentially. Thanks, I think? You know that hits for more, right, opponent? Alright, one Wheezing, one Geodude. Or one Coughing, one Geodude, I should say. So, they need another potion, or this thing is going down. So they go to 50 when they pass to me. And then they take 40 from the duck, and they take 10 when they go back. This is another one of those. This is 18 Trader 2 EX deck that people have been acting like this is a good way to abuse the system, where you're guaranteed to get a basic. But again, it just feels like people aren't playing enough. I'm gonna crack you for one with a leak slap. People keep asking me in my deck highlights why I'm putting Farfetch'd in my decks. And I just feel like they need to see more games like these ones, where it's just like, and the games where we play into Mewtwo, where Farfetch just like gets up and just cracks them every turn while they get set up, and they don't have a chance because of it. Yeah, those decks seem like they're good when they high roll a Misty, and they seem pretty mediocre when they don't. Full art Farfetch when? Surfetch that I can evolve into when is the better question. I was gonna say actually I need to roll an ad, but there's actually not a cancel queue button. That's fine with me, okay. Oh, let's hop on the bike, huh? Eldrick, thank you for the almost 3 years. Welcome back. We're going second. Can I get a duck? I would love to have a duck on one while going second. Thank you for asking. So one interesting sequencing thing to think about. When you have Professor's Research and Pokeball, the order you should play them in is determined by how many basics you want to find. So if I really only need one more basic, I want a Pokeball and then Research. However, like, look at this game and the spot that I'm in. I really wouldn't mind drawing 2 more basics. So I'm gonna Research here and then Ball, because I would like the highest chance of getting the most basics out of my deck. So I want more basics in there when I go to draw initially, basically. And hey, look! 40 for 1. Looking real good, video gamers. Quitcha! Yeah, perfect setup here. We got the duck to lead on for the attack while we're going second. We've got Coughing with Wheezing. We've got the Geodude to get going. This is exactly what this deck is looking to do. Early pressure with the duck and the poison. Finisher with Golem down the line that'll get them beat. Coughing, again, anytime we don't need an energy to attack or do something in this deck, the energy goes on the Geodude. Because Ducks and Wheezings only need 1 energy, and Golem needs 4 eventually. Everybody has a plan until they get cracked with the leak, chat. I'm through all my basics at this point, yeah? I really don't need to pressure... Well, I guess... Actually, this is GG, basically, yeah? We Sabrina the Kadabra up, and then we retreat to the Wheezing. And they're weak to dark, so we're just done here. Well, the poison does 10 and the tackle does. The tackle does 30. Or 50. And Wheezing Farfetch'd is a good enough aggressive start that we don't need Golem in some games like this one, but it's important for finishing in others. Yeah. All right. Have a Twitch ad for 120 seconds. As always, if you want to dodge those adverts, consider subscribing to the channel. It supports me directly and gets you out of ads for the next month. If you have an Amazon Prime sub laying around, you can also subscribe for free using that at the link in chat, even if you're on mobile. Otherwise, we'll be back with a few more games with this, and then we're going to check out some Metal stuff. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Someone said... Now that you're functionally collection complete, what are you saving your pack points for? Are you saving them for full arts? I haven't decided yet. I might honestly spew and spend them on Frogadaires. Greninja's the character I've been enjoying the most, and I kind of want more Frogadaires, so that way I can have the finish I want on all of them. So I have the finishes I want on the Greninja themselves. For people who aren't familiar with what the end game in this looks like for cosmetics, the more copies of cards you get, you exchange them for finishes on the cards. So this is the big one. It gets a big flourish on it. And you have to unlock these lower ones to get up to it. So I've unlocked all of these other more subtle ones. So I need 4 more Frogadaires to get this for 2 copies of Frogadaire to play. Yeah, the last one's sweet. And then, like, I can show you, my Greninja has a big one on it. I actually like the triangles the most, I think, because it's got a big pop on it. I bought 2 of those. I really don't like the middle one. The top one is similar to Frogadaire and it's nice, so maybe from a consistency standpoint we'll do it eventually, but I really didn't love this water one in the middle. I think it looks weird. Rita, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. Project Axe, thank you for the 1.5 years. Good morning, good morning. Those are what cosmetics do with multiple points. And then a few people have asked, how do you get, like, the fancy game board that I have? The way you get the premium game board is actually from breaking down extra full art cards. So under Obtain Flair in the full arts, there's this special shop ticket. So in order to get the full black game board, I had to break down 22 third plus copies of full art cards like this Alakazam. And in fact, I already have the top flare on Alakazam, so I might turn this third one into a shop ticket here. Let's do that. I forgot about him. And one thing to note, you explicitly can't break down things you don't have extra copies of. So like now that I'm at 2 copies here, I can't exchange it because it won't let me put it down below that. These cards are unreadable. Well, you could play with the not full art ones. The full arts are optional cosmetics. So if you're someone that doesn't know what your cards do, you can play with ones that aren't full art. The full arts look gorgeous, and like most card games, you don't need the text once you're familiar with them. Laughs and textless cryptic command. Yep. Alright, we're going first, and we have Wheezing, Coughing, Koga. So strong start from us. This local man about to be red carded. Nothing to do or see here. No other basics or balls or professor's researches for us. Nah, you wouldn't want to snap this start because you could get triple Misty and died. Misty is the hella of this game, but at least when Misty Misties you get to just go ahead and die instantly instead of it happening at the end of the game. So, Misty flips a coin until you lose, and then you get a energy for each one, so we actually just don't get a second turn and we lose because they flip 2 heads in a row. So that's an example of a game where I won't click the thanks button afterwards, because they can go. They can go shove off. I think Misty's the worst design in the game. And it's not close. Misty 100% should just be attach 1 energy to a water Pokemon. They're looking for their Miss Marvel thumbs up right now. Yeah, exactly. Atherine, thank you for the 15 months. All right, dragon stuff. Game, they get to have first energy advantage, and we didn't start on Wheezing, but duck slaps at least. All right. That's a big boy. It's a shame we're not playing Greninja. People doing stuff like this where they put up a thing that's just a meat shield where they never intend to attack with it, then slowly murdering their entire backline with Greninja is one of my favorite things. And then I can't put the other Farfetch'd on my bench, but we'll thin it out of the deck here. So we can be more likely to draw Wheezing. Or another Brock, honestly. What's Golem's text box? Golem does 150 to its target and 50 to itself for 4 energy. It also notably only takes a single fighting, which is useful because Brock is our only way to attach fighting in this deck. We're all dark energy. Alright, giddy up, cowboy. Yippee-ki-yay! This might be wrong. It might be right to finish with the duck and just not be this aggressive, but I kind of just want to hope they don't have the Dragonite. We can run them down. They're through most of their deck. This is probably wrong. Okay, not triple heads. Or double heads. Cool. 0 heads. Sounds lovely. Alright, and then we just have to hope with a full suite of Pokemon, Dragonite doesn't double hit our active. Although I guess there's a world where this is low enough and it takes us 2 attacks. I think putting up the Golem was wrong and I was supposed to slow roll it. Oh, Golem could have died to Dragonair. Yeah, no, they can't resist just Draco Meteoring. Oh my gosh, their Draco Meteor did all 200 to Coughing. That's actually hilarious. And then I drew Sabrina and get to KO them. Yippee-ki-yay, gamer. Yippee-ki-yay, gamer! Yeehaw! Got him. Good night. All they had to do is Dragonair attack. Listen, I shouldn't have put the Golem up. They shouldn't have put the Dragonite up. Sometimes you just want to slam with your stage 2. We couldn't resist and neither could they. Yep. Pretty decent. Would have liked to have start. Oh, we're going second, so starting duck is good going second. All right, Dragonite rematch. Dragonite rematch, but we have first attacker's advantage, which is a big deal. Staryu Dragonite's interesting. Say I've seen that before. Come on, Coughing! Second duck, rip. We'll put it into play, but we're not happy about it. Give him a little snoot boop there with the leak slap. Immediately under immense amounts of pressure from the duck. Quacks menacingly. Yep. Always energy on the Golem. Ooh. Two Brocks and 9 cards, 2 Coughings and 9 cards, 1 Research, 1 Pokeball, 1 Sabrina. research is lovely. I need a coughing this turn. How about 2 coughings this turn? I technically need a Brock here still, yeah? 2 of those and 5 cards. Do they have another X speed? If they have X speed, we're in trouble. They do not. We're 50% to hit Brock next turn. If I hit a Brock, we get to... Oh. No, I was gonna say we get to knock out the Dragonite if I hit a Brock, but that's actually not true, because I need to Brock and Coke. I needed Brock last turn. Didn't I? What's the line here? I think it's just energy on Duck, Brock attack. But if they have average variance here on this Dragonite, we're gonna be in a bad way, I think. It's very possible I should have switched in Poisoned and then Kogud to pick up the Wheezing. Yeah, I'm just dead at this point, right? Because this does damage to itself. Because and the Staryu finishes me. Yeah. I needed... What did I need? I needed the Brock Suitor so I could one-hit their Dragonite after it hit us the first time. We were beating the first Dragonite, we weren't beating the second. I needed to be able to poison on the Wheezing, Koga it back to my hand, and then immediately put Golem up and attack so the poison could finish for the extra 10. Is what needed to happen there. Yes, it was very close considering how our deck was set up, for sure. Both our Coughings and Brocks were buried. Game on, thank you for the 5 buds. Welcome back. I don't know that I'm a fan of full 2-color decks in general. Some of the Greninja ones I've played feel okay. Yes, Dragonite can do all 200 to something. If they low roll. But there's also another point. That last game we low rolled their second Dragonite attack too. Waiting to find out if we die to the Misty. Narrator, we were infected. Two Pokedex in one turn. Did they change, bud? For some basics, so we'll open on research. Did not find any. Maybe they don't have the Starmie. If they have Starmie and we peel Wheezing, we could have a shot. No targets. They're all in on Starmie. And they just don't have it. Sure thing, bud. Where can you buy this game? It's currently in soft launch in New Zealand. If you have an Android app, you can sideload the APK file now. How do you make purchases on Android? You have to fly to New Zealand and use your Kiwi dollars. Or perhaps be some kind of digital wizard. All right. I think we have enough for a highlight with this. Let's do one more, and then we got an ad roll. We got to do an ad roll, and then we'll play some Melmetal when we get back. Your finest Wheezings, please, deck. All right, I'll settle for a duck, I guess. Duck, duck, slap. Whopping! Sabrina-ing to the coughing here is actually a really heads-up play from the opponent. Because what this means is, if they have Starmie EX, they still would have one-hit KO'd my Wheezing. Because Starmie EX does 90. It's one of those things where, like, knowing the breakpoints of your opponent's cards can influence your play. So their Sabrina there is good because of the context of knowing how many HP Wheezing has. Regular Starmie enjoyer. I think Starmie EX is so cracked that regular Starmie's been overshadowed a little bit. I think it's very reasonable. Put the duck up here and get frisky for 240 shots. One True Bob! Thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Sabrina's not doing anything, and the Starmie has a free retreat cost anyway, so I'm gonna put up something that has a retreat cost and crack him for 40 with the duck. Wow, X Speed and Starmie EX in the same deck. Oh, the Articuno finishes the weak coughing on my bench. I think we're dead at this point. I just didn't have any Wheezings to set up with. Alright, I lied when I said one more. That game sucked. We're gonna play one more after this. It's the terrible start. It's actually only our second start on Geodude in an hour and a half. It's pretty unlikely that we're forced to start on him. We're 80%. You're guaranteed to have a basic. We only have one Geodude out of 5 basics. And then some of the hands where we have Geodude the opener will also have another basic in there with him. Just retreat it out. I am explicitly not evolving him because evolving him increases his retreat cost, so he might be retreating next turn. It's a lot of Misty heads. Alright, we'll book offing up. We'll get the poison going. We don't get to tackle this turn, but we get a little bit of damage on the cycle from the gas leak. They could have Tentacruel here. Tentacruel will get rid of the poison. It will poison us back. This seems like Tentacruel. Obviously, we're putting a duck up as a sacrifice. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh. That seems loose then. Not a sacrifice, just a murder machine. See, I thought we were locked in there with them. Little did I know they were actually locked in here with us. It's Farfetch'd with the steel chair! All right, the Brock top deck here means that a second Brock top deck on the 1 in 6 next turn lets us finish him off. Right, and they're actually still just done to a Brock off the top, because we get to knock out their EX for 2 match points, because we do 150 on the Golem. Yep. That's fine. We'll get him on the next turn, yeah. Oh, actually, we're just done either way, right? Because I have the Sabrina and their things at 40. Sabrina is so good. I think most Pokemon Pocket decks start at 15 cards right now. I think you're 2 research, 2 balls, and a Sabrina in basically every deck. Alright, time for some Twitch adverts. I am gonna run to the restroom. When I get back, we're gonna metal some nerds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Which metal deck are we starting with? I think I want to do metal Greninja. I think we're gonna do this to start. Why is that? Oh, that's why it was zoomed wrong. I was like, why doesn't the deck view work? We just set this up. There it is. All right, BRB, use the bathroom. A couple of people have been asking, what are you supposed to use your pack points on? The optimal thing to use your pack points on is you never want to spend them. You should always save them for the future. Never, ever spend them. Ever. Flight Carrier, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Exodynamic, thank you for the 6 months. So we're going to do a similar thing with this deck that I did with the last one, which is we're not playing water energy, we're only playing metal energy. And I've got Misty for Greninja as a bit of a gamble on generating water energy. So I don't know if this is going to be as good because there's some variance in it. But Greninja does function without water technically, so maybe it's fine. I use an EOS Canon EOS 90D for my camera. So easy. Oh, belly flop on the Tentacruel. For the people who just installed from the APK and are talking about the matchmaking pairing you up into people who have more cards than you, you should probably wait until the full launch if you don't want skewed matchmaking. There are not a lot of new people coming in during the soft launch, and the matchmaking bands are going to be wider when there's less people. I think I'm actually retreating here because I die to Tentacruel otherwise. Let's get Kangas cut up and let Mama bring the pain. And when I said bring the pain, I meant pain for me. It hurts. It hurts, chat! Pack points go away when a new set comes out. That's not true. Pack points are set specific, meaning you can't save pack points for the current set for the next set that's coming out, but they're not going to reset. You'll always have pack points for the pack points that you open. You just can only spend them for the set that you open them from. Pack points. Pack points are attached to the specific booster pack. Why did they make this game when there's a TCG Live app? Because Pokemon TCG Live is a digital implementation of the boomer Pokemon card game that was created 25 plus years ago. This is a digital re-imaging of Pokemon TCG for the 21st century. The games play quicker and the rule set is modernized. It's not even Moto versus MTGA. Not at all. In fact, I would argue Magic the Gathering Arena would have been incredibly more successful if they would have simply re-imaged the game. This is new rules for the modern era. Second energy on there. Did they forget to attack? Been there, done that. There's our Melmetal, who probably won't be involved in this game because he took so long to show up. Yeah, this is, imagine if Magic the Gathering Arena got rid of lands out of your Magic decks. Difference between the regular TCG and Pocket? A lot. You don't have energies in your decks. Your decks are only 20 cards. There's no prize cards. You play to 3 knockout points instead of 6. So our review so far. If you want my in-depth review on Pocket, you're new here, you should check out my Pocket review here. Is that kind of a waste of a Geo money? Because they're gonna KO me in one more Ninja Star anyways, right? This puts me to 10. Ooh, Potion's a good draw. If the availability period for a given booster pack ends, its pack points will no longer be available to exchange. That sounds like general boilerplate disclaimer that booster packs might not be available forever. Which is kind of an actually that ignores the discussion we're having. We're talking specifically about a new set releasing. Yeah, I think it's Potion, Retreat, and then try and get it with Kangaskhan here. Nice! Mama brings the heat when we need it. Each pack point is specific to the packs that you're opening them from, yes. You can't sit on a bunch of generic Apex pack points to open set 2 packs, whatever set 2 is. But I believe hourglasses are generic, so I'm sitting on hourglasses right now, for example. Once I have functionally all the cards. Their Greninja's gonna get my Greninja. Hopefully we can find a Frogadier here to get Froakie going. The best thing to do with shop tickets is buy all of the traders and then buy, it's buy all of the traders. Frogadier this turn should be. This game is over. Buy all the traders, then buy all the hourglasses. Tap their frog in the back. And they're on 0 match points right now, so. Come on, mama! What a tease. Meltan attaches extra energy to itself, and then Melmetal has a 4 energy attack that cracks for 120. Does a shop reset? I assume eventually it resets, yeah. Alright, 1 knockout point to 1 knockout point. Kingler's kind of scary. It flips 2 coins, and if both are heads, it does another 80, with a minimum base 80. So 25% to take you for 160, basically. There are 2 Melmetals in our giant pile, our small pile of cards. Not giant, very small. Do we Sabrina after we kill the Greninja? Yeah, maybe. Because if they put Tentacruel up, I have a 25% to win the game on the spot. If they put Krabby up, they're on a retreat 2 cost. Alright, Mama. Show them how it's done. And even if she swings and misses here, putting 30 means that Greninja gets to knock this out in 2. Yeah, it's good enough. We didn't hit a crit failure, so the Greninja cleans up here. Our deck this game showing that Kangaskhan plus Greninja is a legitimate strategy. I've been playing this core in a few different things. I like Kangaskhan Greninja with Alakazam was one we played the other day. Curious to see how Meltan feels. Meltan's just a little behind, but again, like, this is why it's good for your decks to not just be all in on the same thing. We get to play a functional game of Pokemon Pocket here, in a game where our Meltans are buried in the bottom of our deck. Oh, they had the Evo for the Tentacruel. We're actually gonna need him now, huh? All right, 66% to find our lad next turn, huh? So we did. We were saying we didn't need Meltan. I lied. Meltan to me. Oh, is there a Professor as our last card? No, I played both Professors. It's Misty 2 Meltans. I guess if we hit heads on Misty, if we lose the 66%er, we also get a coin flip for Greninja to finish here. We have to hit a 33 and then lose a 50. So what? We're 85% to win here. Again, the power of being a single knockout point deck. Opponent's gonna grind us all the way down. There he is! Having a heavy impact and closing this game out. He's a big boy. With the big finish. A little snoop boop there. Kingler hits harder than Golem. Kingler hits harder than Golem 25% of the time. It's not a large percentage. Yeah, I really wish Melmetal could survive a hit from Mewtwo EX. It's sad that he doesn't. Autumnella, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. Someone on the YouTube side asked earlier, what does he mean by Marvel Snap card updates? Marvel Snap updates text boxes on cards twice a month. Today is one of those days, so we'll get balance changes and text box changes potentially today. The other reason I like an Eggs Wall for Greninja, 160 HP, Surprise Mewtwo. I actually don't like starting on an EX in your Greninja deck. I think that gets rid of some of the power of being a single price deck. All of the Greninja decks I've liked most are leaning on single price things. I need some basics here. Yikes! You get red carded and curl up into a little ball. At least Meltan can amass. Probably shouldn't have played the research last turn. I was so likely we had a basic though. Unlucky. Red card. Red card's one of those cards where it's very similar to Misty, honestly. It either does nothing or it wins the game. We just redrew Melmetal. Now you're dead on the spot. Second, I'm gonna open Meltan. I'm actually not sure if we're supposed to open Meltan or Kangaskhan in a hand like this. How long do pocket games typically go? Like the 7 to 10 minute range? It also depends on how much your opponent's roping you. If your opponent's playing at a good speed, it can be about 5. Now the Kangaskhan gamers. Mistakes remain. I'm gonna amass, so they're gonna X speed rapid dash and melt my Meltan. I think there's a good chance Meltan is shit. Or at the very least, if we want to play him, perhaps we should be playing him in a shell. We should be playing him in a shell with Wheezing. The Wheezing duck shell, similar to how we played the Golem deck with Wheezing. Greninja is probably on enough front line to get set up. Yeah, nothing has weakness to steal at the moment. Although I guess with Wheezing, we can't attack with Wheezing. It would just be pure stall on the poison. I don't know that I love that. If we do, like, an actual honest steel deck. I'd try this instead of trying to be cute. Time is for the OTA. The last couple of OTAs didn't launch for another 5 hours from now. Hopefully not that long, but that's what the history says. I'm just playing games to see if I can validate my opinion or not, Cubby Pizza. Also, a lot of the two-color decks I've been playing have explicitly not been playing two energies to remove that variance element. Like the dark fighting deck we were playing before this only had a dark energy in its pool. Kangaskhan is very strong. 100% a premium basic attacker. So I know it might look a little silly to turn their Mewtwo into a Mewtwo with the Sabrina, but I'm not playing a different supporter this turn, and I want to specifically get rid of the Mewtwo with the energy that's up front. One thing, and this is again why it's important to understand the format and break points for where hit point totals matter, is that against Mewtwo EX, Kangaskhan is actually worse than Farfetch'd, because 100 HP versus 60 actually doesn't matter here. You're still dead in 2. One place that Kangaskhan versus Farfetch'd does matter is the Pikachu EX matchup where you're getting cracked for 90. As for the answer to the question from chat, when are you playing Kangaskhan versus Farfetch'd? I don't know that I have a guaranteed good answer for that yet. My inclination is to say when I have longer setup, I want the more HP, but it also could be metagame dependent. Breakpoints can change with potion is a good point as well. So I have 2 potions in this deck, which changes the Mewtwo breakpoint is a good call out. Retreat cost is also another relevant point. Kangaskhan is not retreating, Farfetch'd can. I want to note how I'm spreading my energy out this game. You'll note that I put 1 on Pawniard here, whatever this Zoomer Pokemon is called, before starting on Melmetal, because this Dorko has a stage 1 that attacks for 70 for 2. So putting a first energy on him means if I pull the stage 1, it's prepped for that, and I think I'm going to have time to not need to go all in on Melmetal right away here. Yes, Melmetal unfortunately does not survive a side drive blast here because it does 150 minus 2 for a full 130 even through its hard code ability. But that being said, Bisharp, the Pawniard evolution, and Kangaskhan are kind of good into Mewtwo creating pressure. I wonder if Pidgeot would be a good complement to Melmetal. Maybe? It's a lot of setup. Takes a lot of slots in your deck in general. No reason to potion here. Just hope to put some points up with Dizzy Punch. Nice. The evolution to the Pawniard on my bench deals 70 damage for 2 metal energy. Although I guess it is noteworthy in this spot, if I would have put the energy that I put on Pawniard on Melmetal, we would have been ready to attack with Melmetal next turn. Okay, they have a second potion, so that actually doesn't matter then. Man, I wish I had the Bisharp in my hand already. I wish I could see how many cards are in my deck. I think it's just Kangaskhan. Draw the evolution and feel bad. We hit? They're doing well on flips. We're batting about 500. Very close to expectations. I think I do this so they can't, what's it called, be next turn, Psychic Spear. Back out. How do you get the mat and sleeves? With the special shop tickets that you get by destroying full art cards. The Melmetal buff is it as a passive where it takes 20 less damage from each attack. How do they win the game from here? Thank you for turning 3 cards I didn't want to play into 3 cards I might want to play. I appreciate you, opponent. Yeah. I think they're dead with this line. Because they can't get enough energy to one-hit KO Melmetal next turn, right? Even if they put an energy on this is only doing 1, it only does 90. And this heavy impact here gives me 2 match points. I think red card's a noob trap, yeah. I think there are some games red card's going to win you, but the games it's going to win you are going to be offset where games it literally loses you on the spot when you play it. The game theory on red card is only good when your opponent's hand is bigger than 3 cards. And in this game, if your opponent's hand is bigger than 3 cards, generally speaking, it means their hand is bricked in some way. So, shuffling 4, 5, or 6 cards in that are bricked and giving them 3 randoms that have a chance to no longer be bricked is still beneficial to your opponent. Yeah, the number of times I've been red carded out of 4, 5, or 6 cards that were all useless and they give me 1 good card that wins the game is high. Red card is the type of effect that would be insane to the point where it probably would be banned inside of a Pokemon Paper TCG, and I don't think people have adjusted appropriately for how this game plays differently than Paper in a number of ways. Card has different text in Paper TCG, so stop it. Don't be a pedantic gamer in my chat, just because the card is the same name in a game that's functionally different. Am I doing this? I'm not sure that I am. What am I gonna do with a card I draw for Professor's Research? Nothing? I think we just end turn to play around my opponent's red card. Because people put it in a lot of decks. Ooh, full Koga. I think this is a sacrificial pawn art up top here. Metal Energy on the Bisharp on my bench here. Yes, deck size in this game also makes red card worse than it would be in paper Pokemon. Because your deck size being small in this game means you have a higher chance to redraw your good cards even if they take away something good. That's exactly accurate. The metal sound is very tactile. I just don't know that we're going to have time to set up Melmetal against this deck that has a somewhat aggressive position with Wheezing. What would be interesting is a card that shuffles your own cards, a red card for yourself. I actually think one of my greatest hopes for this game is that we're explicitly not going to see lots of ways to redraw and reshuffle your hand. I really hope they're timid about putting good trainers into this game like we have in, like the paper Pokemon game has. No resistances in this game, that is correct, just weakness. Name a second Koga here? Yeah, we're probably dead. I guess this muck only does 50 a crack to my Melmetal. I have 2 potions. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. This only does 130, right? 120. I'm kind of off this card, chat. I think we might try one of the Dragonite decks that's been going around. I'm pretty over this. This feels significantly worse than the Golem deck we were trying to build. And the big thing is it only doesn't feel worse, but the upside feels lower. Like, even if I get through and get my thing assembled, I'm still dying in 1 hits to Mewtwo, and I'm only dealing 120. It's not even that it's too much setup, because, like, it's a similar amount of setup to Dragonite. It's that it's a bunch of setup for a worse payoff. Alright, have some adverts. We're gonna play some Wheezing Dragonite when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I haven't played much of that. Other people seem high on it, so would like to give it a go. They include card trading at full launch. They're going to include card trading eventually. They have not communicated what features or things will be different at launch versus what we have now. don't know the answer to that question. Dragonite coughing, how do you manage 3 different energies? Well, we'll talk about this deck when the ad's over to explain the basic strategy here. Steel feels like it was thrown in the game because it was thrown in because it's the base set and they wanted a little bit of everything. But so the thing you need to understand if you don't understand how game design works and you're launching a product, there are things in the base set that are not fully fleshed out intentionally because they're gonna get fleshed out over the course of the next couple set releases. I would wager they probably have 2, 3, or maybe even 4 sets of cards already designed and balanced and set to release and slowly push meta games and add strategies in different directions when this game's ready to launch. Yes, this first set was almost entirely dedicated to Kanto. All 151 from that first region are in there, and there's no steel there, is correct. Can you see if I'm subscribed in advance? I'm struggling to see so myself. I think it tells me when you initially subscribe in advance and then not on the subsequent months when the renewal comes up, but I'm actually not sure on that, Sgt. Pepper. On my end, it just says 36 with a 36 streak. Thanks for the 3 years. So, this is a weird Dragonite stall deck, with the basic idea being, when you get Dragonite up, you're gonna win the game. So Dragonite's a powerful high variance card. Draco Meteor chooses 4 times at random and deals 50 damage at random 4 times. Something that's noteworthy about this, past it taking 2 energy, is you can overkill things. So if your opponent has a 70 hit point thing, all 4 of these 50s could go onto that same 70 hit point thing. So there's energy variance in this deck for being 2 colors. You could just have 4 waters in a row. And then there's also Draco Meteor itself variance. You'll note when we look at my deck here, even though there's coughing and wheezing in my deck, my energies here are only water and lightning. We are not trying to attack with wheezing. The basic idea of this deck is you put Wheezing up as a 110 hit point shield, and you gas leak them to get in some chip damage, and then you utilize Wheezing's high HP plus Koga bouncing him back to your hand to stall while you set up 4 energies on Dragonite, and then Dragonite shifts it and wins the game on its own. Yes, in here, when you hit this energy tab, you can check which energies you want to include. And you can have up to 3. So by default, it defaults to all the energy types your Pokemon need, but then you can pull out ones you don't want. Just going back to hand, remove damage counters. It does, yeah. It pulls the basic, and any evolutions back to your hand, it removes the damage counters. If you want to see a dedicated Koga deck that's using like Muck and Wheezing, I've got one of those up on the Pocket YouTube channel. That was one of the first decks we highlighted. It's really, really fun. I like bouncing my cards back to my hand, believe it or not, regulars. Pocket rewards brewing more than Marvel Snap at the moment. I think Pokemon Pocket is a brand new game with a metagame that hasn't been developed yet. And when people don't really know what's going on, it's always more brew friendly. So long term, who knows? It's not an apples to apples comparison comparing a game that isn't even released yet to a game that has 2 years of history. answer your question pointedly, yes, brewing in Marvel Snap kind of sucks right now, and brewing in this game's been a lot of fun, and there's a lot to explore, but that's not related to core designs of the games themselves. It's just circumstantial, essentially. Oh, you know what? Gengar's actually pretty good against our game plan, because Gengar locks us out of playing supporters. So we won't be able to Koga back. You see there was a community tournament for the deck, and a Pikachu EX deck won it. I am not surprised to hear an aggro deck won the first tournament for a new game, no. X speed reduces your retreat cost by 1. They put an extra energy on this Haunter, which implies they have Gengar EX coming. Which probably means we're dead, because we're not going to be able to get set up. A lot of the Pokemon Pocket tier lists that people have been putting out have this Dragonite deck rated very highly, and I'm incredibly skeptical that it's actually good. Because, in my experience playing against this Dragonite deck, this is what often happens. Your opponent just, like, kills your thing and then kills you before your Dragonite can do anything. I have yet to see a tier list posted for this game where I look at their tiers of at the very top, and I'm not just like, man, a bunch of these decks look like bunk. Is this a Misty deck? Misty only attaches energy to water Pokemon, gamer. They've actually very intentionally and explicitly made it so ramping is something that's difficult to do and only happens in very specific manners. There are currently 0 cards in Pokemon Pocket that lets you attach energy to Dragonite faster than 1 per turn. Yes, I think so too, Captain. I think a ton of I think most of the tier lists I've looked at feel like they have a ton of very explicit bias in favor of did a big thing occasionally, big thing felt good, deck must be strong. I think a lot of them are ignoring consistency factors that a lot of these decks often lack, which is one of the reasons why people are shoving only 2 evolution lines, because the 2 evolution lines feel really good when they pop off quickly, and you can just forget about the games where your deck does nothing and you die. This is like an ideal start for us here. Oh, I actually don't have Dragonair, so maybe I'm a little bit wrong. But we have the full Koga stall. I have Gas Leak on the Pikachu. And then I get to pass, and then they crack me. I Koga the Wheezing back. I put another Wheezing up, and we stay brick walled. If we draw Dragonair next turn, we probably win this game. Yep, and they have a Sabrina here. Yep. Okay. I need to draw Dragonair this turn. Because if I don't draw Dragonair this turn, actually, if I draw Dragonair this turn, we're in a good spot. Because I get to take this Pikachu out. Oh, actually, I couldn't Koga then, right? Yeah, I think we're just torched. Well, I guess if I draw Dragonair next turn, Dragonair's attack can KO the Pikachu EX. Is it better to Sabrina last turn and buy a turn? I didn't know they had a Sabrina, so I didn't know I needed to do that to buy a turn. Now I get to Koga the Wheezing back, and I get to put Dratini up. So this buys me a turn. If I hit Dragonair next turn, we have a shot. Someone else said, is it worth playing Misty with water Pokemon so you can actually attack early? Yeah, I think it might be. I think opening on colorless Pokemon or opening on Misty has a lot of value worth exploring. I think it's very, very possible. Last chance to draw Dragonair, 25%. And we're dead. We missed the middle of our 3-stage. Our stalling was irrelevant. The game has ended. I guess we're technically not dead yet. No, wait, we are. Okay, wait, so I messed up here. I'm gonna retreat so we can stop wasting the opponent's time. I could have, my out to win that game was I could have put the Wheezing up, put an energy on the Wheezing, and then put a second energy on the Wheezing and X speed retreated it back the following turn. That still lost to a variety of things they could have past that, but I could have played to that out. Well, yeah, and it's like, we also, the thing is, there's so many, like, let's talk about the amount of variance bits this Dragon deck has. It's, do you get your energies? Do you get your evolutions in the right order? Does your Draco Meteor hit the right things? Does your opponent not have Sabrina to break you up in the middle? Like, there's so many things. Yeah, can you draw Koga? Like, so the problem with playing things like the water energy put them to sleep is that it takes multiple energy to do that, right? So then if you're putting 2 energy on these Pokemon, assuming you're not Mistying, it's like, oh, well now I'm not getting Dragon online until turn 6. The Wheezing Koga stuff definitely does not feel good. Oh, maybe I'll revisit this later. I just don't know that I feel like playing that again. It's so awkward. Let's try this. I haven't played any Gyarados yet. And again, just to reference the quality of the average tier list I've looked at, that Dragonite deck we just fell miserably with a couple of times is like high tier in almost everyone I've looked at. Horn. It's a name I haven't heard before. This Misty thing is easy, chap. So, fun fact, it's not that you can't attack on turn 1, it's that you can't attach an energy from the energy zone on turn 1. So if you hit Misty, you get to crack them right away. I think Tentacruel is a premium attacker that I actually haven't played enough with. So I've talked about how the 2 energy deal 70s seem to be good on stage 1s. And Tentacruel is a 2 energy deal 70 if you squint, right? It also has a really high base HP. But it does 50, and then poison on each turn cycle does 10. And it has more HP than a lot of the other 2 energy deal 70s like Sandslash. Yeah, his real downside is the retreat cost is 2. But it's also a 1 prize Pokemon, so just like leaving it up till it's gone seems fine. I don't know if Gyarados is a good card. 4 energy for 100 is a lot, even if it does discard an energy every turn. But I'm very convinced this card is good and can go in a lot of stuff. It's also, because it takes a colorless energy and can get water from Misty, is probably worth exploring in some 2-color shells. So, one of the unfortunate things about Tentacruel is that it does die in 1 to Pikachu EX because it's weak to lightning. So that is talking and thinking about breakpoints. It is unfortunately not great there. There are 2 Professor's Research and 4... I'm pretty sure I'm playing 6 basics in this deck. 2 Research, 2 Balls, 4 basics. Good golly. I'm gonna Potion so that way we don't die to Doug Trio plus a Giovanni next turn. Actually, do I just kill the Diglett so that way they can't flip coins and get me? This means I die to the Rhyhorn plus Giovanni. Does Rhydon get me? Rhydon might get me too. That's true. I am floored that people think the Dragonite deck is good, Gap. It's so bad. It's been so atrocious every time I've loaded it up, and every time I play against it, it only beats me when I incredibly low roll. Like it has to have an above average draw to beat my low rolls. Moving a Pokemon to the bench loses the status condition, unfortunately, so I don't get to poison with the game. Yeah, I think Dragonite's just one of those cards where it feels good to play when it pops. It's a pub stomper beating people whose low collection level decks aren't cohesive. Yeah, I'd buy that, Roth. Oh, you don't have a Pokemon in play, you lose the game. Thankfully, Tentacruel is cracked and soloed this game with a Misty Flip. Reinforcing in my mind, Tentacruel is a real Pokemon. I have these 2 full art Gyaradoses, so I wanted to try them. But I am fully expecting my bias going into this deck is that Gyarados is not a playable Pokemon Pocket card. We'll see. We'll see if that changes as we play some games, but I'm expecting in games that don't involve 2 Misty heads, Gyarados is probably just not good. If Gyarados feels good in 1 Misty head games, he's probably playable. But I'm skeptical that's going to be the case. Ted Buds came for the stab, stayed for the character. Thanks for keeping me around, Backflip. Appreciate it. We are playing Pokemon Pocket until the OTA releases today. So it's up to Ben Brode if we're playing Pokemon Pocket for the entire stream or if they're gonna release the OTA at a reasonable hour. Max, thank you for the 1.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, that's 1 Misty Heads. I think I want a Sabrina here because War Turtle does 40 for 2. So if I don't put the Articuno up, I'm gonna get evolved and then cracked. Yes, you no longer need a VPN to play Pokemon Pocket. Once you get it installed, there's no fishiness, change in regions, or anything like that. How do you think Pokemon can address the issue that our 20-card decks are actually 16 cards? I don't know. I also wonder if they view that as a bug and not a feature. Dr. Insane, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. I think from a design perspective, it could be kind of neat. Look, there's the War Turtle I played around. I think from a design perspective, it could be kind of neat if maybe professors and Pokeballs were a specific type of card and you could only have one of them in your deck. But I also think your deck's being 16 cards with 2 balls and 2 research is like fine. The problem would be, I think it would be problematic if they added more cards that draw cards and more Pokeballs, and then like suddenly your decks were like half auto includes. We will definitely have a deck highlight with the Alakazam Greninja deck from yesterday. I don't know that I'm going to be doing repeat Pokemon Pocket decks in the short term because I have a lot of other decks I'm interested in trying. The 110 HP on Tentacruel looking pretty good here. That being said, having a useless Magikarp / Gyarados in my backline feels pretty bad, yeah? Blastoise's second ability hits for 100, and then if you have 5 energies on it, it hits for an extra 60. Oh, big bazooka blast. And we're all done here. I haven't played the Pikachu EX deck yet. We'll probably get to that at some point the next week. Generally speaking, for people that are new to my content, playing the stock existing decks is usually one of the things lower on my to-do list. There's usually plenty of creators in the space that are hammering on that. The Dragonite deck is consistently the worst deck people recommend that I've ever played. The opponent's deck and draw wasn't even good, and we just like got crunched and it wasn't really close. All right, let's try this. Let's talk about this one first, because it's a little weird. So, talking about auto includes, this is a deck without Pokeball in it, where the only basic is Caterpie, with 1 Metapod and 1 Butterfree. And then we've got the full Kabutops line, and then Aerodactyl with the fossils and other stuff in here to kind of tie the room together. It's very novel from a deck building perspective. Will not be surprised if it's bad. Caterpie on 1, lucky. Caterpie's Find a Friend grabs a random grass Pokemon from our deck. So it'll fish up what's his name every time here. I don't think I want to Professor's research this turn because I don't want to get red carded out of all my stuff. What kind of games do you play in your spare time? I am a Genshin Impact enjoyer. And most of my time spent playing other games is, maybe I should have researched to dig for a Dome Fossil and spent playing like single player story games. Yeah, that's true too. Waiting to research means I don't accidentally research into the Metapod. Yeah, the Combusta Slug has some energy on it. That was the wrong fossil. Yes, I'm on 1 Caterpie as our only basic, and then 1 Metapod and 1 Butterfree. Unfortunately, I think bricking on Dome Fossil this turn means we're dead. I think we might have actually been able to keep up with their heads with Aerodactyl here on the bench. If I would have also been able to set up a Kabutops while we were at it. Yes, fossils give up prize points. Yeah, I needed Kabutops to be able to actually knock things out. You ever tried Beedrill? I looked at Beedrill for a long time the other day and just couldn't figure out what else I wanted to do with it. So the thing about attackers that deal a lot of damage for low energy is you need a good secondary character to put with them. So that way, after you put your 1 energy on the single energy attacker, you have something else worth powering up. And there really isn't another good grass Pokemon worth powering up other than like Venusaur, and I don't know that you want to play 2 stage 2s in the same deck. Yeah, all the things that could be candidates for it are like stage 2s, which doesn't seem great. Back it up with Snorlax. I think Snorlax might be the worst card in Pokemon Pocket. Wigglytuff's a somewhat reasonable call out. I think Wigglytuff is solid. When this deck ends up being an inevitable dumpster fire, we're gonna load up some Wigglytuff. I've got a couple of Wigglytuff decks built. Lickitung is not a playable card. At least not to anybody that has any self-respect. Misty Seed here. Oh, it put their basic out automatically because they timed out. Got it. Yeah, Golem has the same problem as Venusaur. You just kind of don't really want to play. I think the number of decks where you want to play two stage 2s are low. Caterpie on 1, lucky. I will say, while I think ranked is less important than some people think, having some type of penalty for just leaving the game as soon as you load in would be good. Just so people's time doesn't get wasted. It's fine. We have Caterpie on one here. Is this the same person we keep queuing into? They just don't want to play with us? Was that the same name twice? Does anybody know? All right, we'll give him a second to queue. Maybe we'll switch to the other queue and see how that goes. I do really think one of the only truly baffling programming decisions they've made is letting people self-select their battle stance is nonsense. There should 100% just be one thing here, and it should have internal MMR based on how it pairs. Here you look at deck lists. You can see deck lists on my YouTube highlights, but during the actual gameplay, there's no automated deck posting like Snap, so it's not available. Dome fossil, lovely. Solid start here for us. Hopefully this finds a Metapod. Unlucky. $100 got me to about 90% complete. $300 got me to about 99. I wanted to put up Old Amber anyways. Thank you. Save me a retreat. It's ready. Come and get it. Oh, this is Kabutops. Awkward. There don't seem to be many surprises in this game. One or two in a deck at a time, so that's the accurate. Yes, this game is more similar to chess with some key coin flips than something like Marvel Snap with constant hidden information. A lot of the depth and strategy in this game is from being able to read and understand the board state and then make good decisions based on known information. It's about understanding how retreating works and tempo and things like that, as opposed to getting people with things like Shang-Chi and Shadow King. Alright, I'm gonna put this one in the trash heap. It's good that we're deleting a bunch of decks that are bad today because they've been rotting in my editor and I haven't had time to get to them. This is one of the reasons why I think there's so little innovation in a lot of card games, not even just new ones like Pocket, but even Snap and others in general, is in order to find one or two reasonable things, you have to be willing to take it on the chin a lot. Most decks, even good, experienced deck builders are going to suck. And if you're not willing to lose a bunch trying to figure out what works and what doesn't, you're never going to be able to innovate. You plan to collect the rare cards as well. No, I do not intend to try and be cosmetic complete in this game. That sounds incredibly expensive and not something that's useful to me. this? They have XP of their own. We could get in trouble. I think a lot of people don't understand with my snap spending, just because I have a lot of stuff, that I really didn't spend any of my own money in Marvel Snap that I didn't need to spend to get mechanically unique game pieces. I appreciate cosmetics, but like, part of the reason why I constantly tell people you could just ignore cosmetics if you don't want to spend them is because I ignore lots of cosmetics in games like this and it doesn't bother me. Almost entirely the giant amount of money I spent on Marvel Snap this year was directly funded by Hoaglandia Krakens in chat saying, Jeff, we're donating so you can explicitly split things. Don't you still buy the gold bundles, even though it's probably not necessary anymore? So I am buying above rate gold bundles till a certain point, just so I have a stockpile of gold in case people donate for me to split things, Steric. Because when people donate for me to split things, I charge them the base price anchored rate. So when I buy things at cheaper than the base price anchored rate, I get to make money on donations that they send in for things. So yes, I buy some of the really good value ones up front with my own money, but I don't just arbitrarily blow through that gold spending. It sits on my account until someone donates for it. And if that's something that's just not going to happen anymore, and it might not because we hit gold complete and we accomplish that goal as a community, then I'll just stop buying, right? You gotta remember, this whole thing's a business for me. And I make what are, in my opinion, good business decisions with my resources. Thank you for the prime, appreciate that. I think without a second Arbok set up here, we're probably dead. I guess this is only the first match point. If I hit Froakie this turn, we might be okay, or Frogadair. Yeah, I think that means we're dead. I needed either the Greninja line or I needed a second Arbok. If we got up to Greninja, cracking this to 30 might have been enough. But I think we're just not going to have enough now. Do you have an incorporation? Yeah, Hoaglandia LLC exists. If you're curious exactly what I spent on Snap and what people donated for me to spend, I'm gonna have a breakdown and all that in my Marvel Snap Year 2 in Review video. That'll be up probably in like 2 weeks or so. It's gonna take me a little bit to put it together once we hit 2 years and I have to run all the numbers together. Yeah, and I think at this point I just don't have enough. I'm not gonna be able to hit. I needed the Greninja this turn as opposed to the turn after this, I think. Yeah, and I still don't have it. Both my Frogadairs, my second Ekans, my second Pokeball, and 2 Professor's Research are in the bottom 8 here. Are dual game streamers coming? Not that I'm familiar with. Usually people are like full variety or single game. YouTuber, but I came over to use that juicy Prime. Thanks for dropping that off. Anytime you click that Prime button, it takes some amount of dollar reduced from Jeff Bezos and sent it my way. I almost said it takes a couple of bucks, but how much it takes, it varies depending on where you live now, because they changed that rule. All right, let's roll an ad, and then we're gonna play some of this more of this Ekans Greninja when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Were you a full-time streamer before Snap? Yeah, I've been streaming full-time for over 7 years now. I went full-time on Magic the Gathering Online even before Magic Arena existed, and then Magic Arena ramped me up, and then Snap. I'm actually going to be the first year Marvel Snap was out was my best year ever financially doing content, and then this year's actually gonna beat it out by a little bit. It looks like it's very consistent year over year. This is not for splits. Thank you for the donation, Giggity. Oh, a small spender section on your Pocket YouTube overviews you dropped. 100%. I am going to talk about which booster packs lead to which decks, which things to target or I think are best for people that are getting in good first decks. I'll give some examples. If you open these cards, they could lead here, etc. What to do with your dollar reduce, when to switch booster packs, stuff like that. My plan is we're gonna have deck highlights this week and next week, and then launch week, there's gonna be a bunch of edited tutorial stuff. I actually think min-maxing the economy in this game is gonna be relatively simple. But that could change. There's no bundle deals in the game right now, and someone mentioned there were data mine / the developers at early preview things mentioned that they were going to do bundles, so that could complicate it. I'm also, not only do I want to wait to closer to release, but like, it's kind of hard to do economy stuff without knowing all of the bits, like how exactly trading's going to work will impact how you min-max the economy. There is APK link for Pokemon Pocket pinned in the channel in the subs Discord server. I put it on Google Drive. It's also in the announcements channel. I think not launching trading quickly would be a mistake. I think having trading in this game is going to be really important for people who low roll on which cards that they get and being able to make their collections functional. Otherwise, the people that open 4 or 5 Charizard EXs and nothing else are going to feel real salty and burn out and stop playing the game. Kevin, thank you for the 37 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. So, Water Energy on 1 does not let Ekans attack to start, but it does let Arbok attack on turn 2. So, we missed 20, and the 20 here is actually pretty relevant because it means that I don't get to KO in 2 with Arbok. I'm looking for Starmie EX and currently have 5 Moltres. Yeah, I think it's going to be important that you let people that hit variants like that exchange them with other people. For people asking about details on what constitutes a tax write-off and what doesn't, tax law is complicated, and it gets more complicated when you're incorporated as an LLC. Also, just a general reminder that something being a tax write-off does not mean it's free. It just means you don't pay tax on it, so it's kind of like getting whatever your effective tax rate is as a discount. None of this is financial or tax advice. If you're confused about how tax laws work and how they apply to you, you should consult a professional. That's why I pay a professional to do my taxes every single year. So this Arcanine is stuck. We Sabrinaed him, and then Arbok says they can't retreat. Your finest Froakies, please, deck. That'll do, pig. That'll do. They get second snack going. Flying Rice, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. Arcanine is mine. The loving Serpenty embrace. I guess I'll eventually need 2 on the Ekans. So there's our first point, but they've been charging up their bench. Neither of us really have evolutions going on, other than Arbok here, so we're a little bit favored from that perspective. The real question here is, are they gonna start cracking me for 70? It looks like they are. Rewarded for charging up the Arbok last turn. I think we're gonna go ahead and double X speed here. Switch out to this other Arbok. And then honestly, with 2 Arboks, this game is probably over. I get to go 60 you, you can't retreat, they 70 me, I 60 you, they can't retreat, they knock me out, I finish them with the other snake. There's so many good stage 1s in this game. Arbok definitely makes the list. We're talking about things that could be good with Tentacruel. Arbok Tentacruel could be good. Poisoning with Tentacruel and then getting them locked with Arbok sounds kind of hot. You're loving Firo? Yeah, Firo's solid. You like to be locked in a room with me, EX Pokemon, who certainly isn't free because you give up 2 match points when I put you in the ground? Yes, the reason to retreat the first Arbok back into the second is to make sure they can't get Sabrina out of this game. Yeah, I actually have a Wheezing Arbok deck in my list of decks too. It's got Koga. That's probably pretty good. Might honestly be better than this. This is a good game. I'm going to write this one down, but maybe we'll switch to trying some games with that. Again, because this Moltres EX here is an EX, when we take this knockout, we get 2 match points and the game is over. Just do 3 match points wins. I am Orphic. Thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. EX Pokemon so OP, can't beat them. Yup. Yarp. Wheezing, Snake, Farfetch'd, couple of X Speed, some Kogas, a Giovanni. Yeah, that seems good. Oh, you know, I wonder if Potion is good in here. There's so many trainers I want to play. Is Potion better than X-Speed? My things all have high retreat costs anyways, and I have Koga. The nice thing about Potion is, Potion means that Arbok doesn't die in 2 to Mewtwo. But maybe with Wheezing, I don't need to hedge the Mewtwo matchup. Do you want to go full Coughing Snake? Maybe? That might be fine. Coughing and Snake are both, like, fine to open on. Pockets matchmaking be global. I don't think we have an answer to questions like that. Mewtwo is weak to Dark. I also wouldn't be surprised if they're not fully transparent about things like that. Game companies don't always communicate those finer details to the player base as a whole. Let's start here. Let's try just the 2 lines and see how that feels. That's where I get my Pokemon Pocket drops. Fingers crossed for my own personal benefit that they do drops for this game eventually. Sabrina for this Dragonite could be real, for this Dratini could be real good. Find us an Arbok. Lock this thing in a room with us. The X speed's looking pretty good for the option to flip to Wheezing though off the Ekans. Yeah, Tentacruel Greninja is probably stellar. You can play Misty with both of them as well. I bet that's fantastic. A far-fetched enjoyer. Imagine having playable Pokemon in your Dragonite deck, chat. That seems busted. We're gonna get to deal with the Meowth, though. It's not a bad pickup for down the line. To retreat for free thanks to the X speed. Get to have a gas leak here. We get to crack them for 30, so the poison finishes. Aggressive position here now. If we hit the Arbok, we actually get to KO this Dratini this turn. And then that plus Sabrina is probably the game. So 25% chance to pick up our second match point here. If they have an X speed here, we could be in trouble. I would let them stall for more time. They probably do. I bet their deck plays 2 X speed. Maybe they don't have room with everything else they have going on. Koga. Pick Arbok up. Let's corner them. Our second match point, and they are still on 0. And more importantly, this Dragonite is 2 energy away from being able to Draco Meteor and chunk through our board. So I think this Arbok plus Sabrina probably means we're good to go. If I pass to them without potioning, it goes to 70. I pass back to me, it goes to 60. So will Sabrina, and they're forced to put the Dragonite up and take a hit on it, because if they put the Farfetch'd up there, they lose. There's no reason to potion here, right? The Dragonite has to hit it twice as is. God, I'm not saving myself any outs by waiting here. And I couldn't just Arbok and hit their Wheezing because they're likely also a Koga deck. So if they Koga'd, they could pull the Wheezing back to their hand. I might just be dead to 2 Dragonite hits here. doggy. Draco Meteor is 200 spread across your board. Yes, but it can overkill things. So, like, it could do all 200 to one thing. Now I want a Giovanni. And this time around, I want a potion. Because if I don't potion, a single Dragonite hit on the Arbok KOs it. I think I have to hope for bad variants on the Dragonite in order to win this. I think they're gonna get us here. Yeah, I need like 200 on one Wheezing. GG opponent. Really close game, huh? Off by 10 and they had double potion. Did we see Koga out of the opponent that game? We did not, but I would be surprised if they're playing Wheezing and not playing Koga. We were poisoned by their Wheezing. I do not intend to make a bare bones, this is the absolute basics about how to play Pokemon Pocket. I think very similar to Marvel Snap, the best way to play this game is to simply install it and play the tutorial. And I know that that's a little bit clunky to say right now because it's in a soft launch in New Zealand, but I think a bare bone basics type of content will be very redundant very quickly. Okay, Sharkman, thank you for the 16 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. No, Korean, how to play regular Pokemon TCG also isn't very popular. Okay, potion lets me get above the breakpoint here, which is nice. This professor's research. I think there are a lot of decks that are strong. I think they did honestly, I think this base set might be one of the best balanced base sets I've touched in a digital card game before. I think they seem to have done a really good job with having a range of things be competitive. Still no Ekans, which is sad. But we get to Koga pick up Wheezing here. Put this coughing up and then immediately put Wheezing back down, which is great. To deny them. Deny them the knockout point here. While we continue to crack them and they continue to get poisoned down. Koga is the best healer in the game. He is, yeah. And it just helps that, like, Wheezing is one of the strongest cards. Alright. And there's an Ekans. So they're going to take 10 from poison down to 50. My 30 puts them to 20. And then they pass back to me taking 10 more. So Giovanniing here means that they'll die to poison after they attack me if they attack me this turn. So again, this Giovanni matters because it gives me a breakpoint. So they take 10 from poison. And now if they want to knock me out with this Articuno, they're gonna have to take another 10 from poison and get knocked out themselves. What factor meal do we have today? We have some tortellini with some carrots and peppers and tomatoes mixed in. On a lovely side of green beans. So convenient and delicious. Not convenient. My opponent high rolling the crap out of me with a Misty. Yikes. We need them to flip tails on this paralysis. Hey, Anecdotal, thanks for the over 5 years. Welcome back. Almost kept up with the triple Misty heads. We needed one more flip to not break through. Paralysis just says you can't do anything the next turn. Very, very strong. Seems like really basic programming logic to go, if Pokemon dead, don't do status applications. How do you think really obvious mistakes like this make it into the game? I think really obvious things like that making it into the game is very clear to literally anyone who's ever done an ounce of software development in a big company with lots of hands on deck. I think there's 800,000 different things they're keeping track of and trying to implement to actually get the game to release. And implementing that, which is what we would refer to as a quality life improvement in the industry, is super low priority compared to making everything actually work that the game needs to function at a basic level. So yes, there's a number of really small quality of life improvements they could make in the game, such as that specific one. but also, like, acting like it's a big deal or things like that never happen is completely ignorant and nonsensical. They happen all the time and are very reasonable. They are a very low priority to have change, and they're a very low priority for a reason. For people who aren't familiar with my background, by the way, I talk a lot about my card gaming background because it's directly applicable to what we're doing here, obviously. But, I spent time doing process automation for a Fortune 50 company for a little while after grad school. I've got a GitHub page from a decade ago that's got a bunch of code in it. I spent time contributing to a number of open source projects during undergrad, grad school, and a little bit after. My bandwidth to contribute to things like that disappeared when my family grew and I had children. Just too many time sinks. But I am loosely fairly familiar, definitely more familiar than most of Twitch chat with how those processes work. This Mewtwo is cornered and this game's probably over. Get in the trash can. Arbok is so powerful, making sure they can't get out. I think we potion to make sure this isn't going to die. To a Gardevoir attack or something else. It could also be reasonable to burn the X speed and let Wheezing finish this, just so Arbok doesn't take another hit, but that probably doesn't matter since we're picking up 2 match points on this EX to start. When I did software stuff, anything I developed of my own volition was written in Python, but I also maintained a number of projects that I inherited that were written in C. Then we get to flex the power of Sabrina with Arbok here. The opponent got to switch into this powerful Mewtwo EX, but we're gonna get to go ahead and Sabrina them and lock them in a room with us here. This is exactly why we potioned last turn, so we weren't dead to this 50 damage breakpoint. So Sabrina makes them switch up. We either KO the Farfetch'd in 1, or the Gardevoir comes up and then it's locked in a room because of Arbok's Pokemon ability here. So the game is done. Treating for you, video gamer. The snack has you. A snake, a snake. Oh, it's a snake. Does that make Wheezing our badger, chat? I think Wheezing is our honorary badger. All right, looks like it's time for some adverts. We're gonna continue hanging out, jamming some Pokemon Pocket. Snap's got card updates coming in sometime today. We're gonna pocket until then, I think. Don't go anywhere, gamers. And you can tell this balance cycle is rough because, like, drops, this is the last day of drops for the Snap category, and the top viewer count is still barely 1,000 people. It's wild. A lot riding on the OTA today for second dinner. But for lunch today, our wonderful factor chef prepared us some tortellini and a nice bed of veggies. Carrots, tomatoes, zucchini, a little bit of a buttery based sauce with a side of fresh green beans as well. Do you think this game will remain a collecting game, or will it become a proper battling game with a pro scene? I think video gamers are constantly way too obsessed with the idea of pro scenes. I think this game, focusing on the collecting aspect first and battling aspect second, is one of the many reasons why it has a chance to be a widespread game that people actually want to play. Just like Marvel Snap is a collecting game first and a battling game second. I'm a regular triple-digit a month spender in Snap. I'm at $10 this month. Yep. They also cut a bunch of the bundle values, holy cats, which is not great. We are going second, which means leading on Ekans, and with Arbok teed up is a little bit better than leading on Coughing. Going second means you have energy advantage in this game because you get to an attachment energy first, but your opponent has first evolution advantage. What this means is when I'm going second, it means by the time I can evolve into my stage 1, I will have 2 energy on my active Pokemon. So here, I don't think there's a strong reason to Professor's research this turn. Waiting to do so. Let's me play around red card a little bit. I already have one of each basic, so this seems fine. Hey, the red card traded one evolution for a different one for us. Maybe I should have Sabrina'd them to start. Ah, it's fine. Is it fine? I think it's fine. It's Ghastly can tackle him. Alright, so if we win our coin flip here, we get to knock this out. Cool. No longer sleepy. I'm gonna potion up here so they can't Misty and get me on the snake, I think. Sabrina so I can start putting damage up on an Articuno EX here. I think is the plan. This gives them the ability to, like, get in and attack me without a retreat thing next turn, but knocking out their basic doesn't benefit me at all because I'm gonna need to knock out an EX to close anyway, so the second match point is less valuable. And then ideally here, we draw an Arbok next turn, which we are 1 in 6 to draw. And then we Koga the Wheezing back to our hand and then put the Arbok up and lock them into not being able to retreat. It might be Koga either way. So I'm going to pass to them. They're going to go to 80. I bite them to 60. They pass back to me. They go to 50. And then Giovanni next turn. Yeah, okay, so this is the line. So I Koga back here. I know that was a lot of counting, so let's watch it play out. But what this does is if they put an energy on this Articuno and 80 by Ekans, the Giovanni lets me knock them out with poison exactly next turn. If they have a Sabrina, they could mess me up if I don't draw Arbok. But if they just 80 me here, they've lost because of the Giovanni. So this is... Oh, they didn't. Wait, no, that doesn't matter though, yeah? Because I could just retreat? Yeah. Maybe they thought they misclicked there, but even if they did 80... we would have been able to evolve to Wheezing, use the Giovanni, and then hit their breakpoint exactly there. Ekans MVP. Look at that little rainbow stick, chat. It's adorable. Trump pulled out of his own debate on Fox News. Listen. There was a reason why when Biden was the nominee or presumed nominee for the Democratic Party, everything they talked about was his age and the fact that he was going to be the oldest man to ever be nominated by a major political party. And that title now applies to Trump. And Trump was never a spring chicken when he was running for office, but you look at him giving debates. You look at him giving debates and him talking back 8 years ago, and you compare it to now, and there is a noted marked difference. The dude is 78 years old. Like, Biden's old. He's only slightly older than Trump. The fact that everything was about Biden's age and it barely comes up at all about Trump is actually insane. All of his abhorrent, terrible policies aside, he's also incredibly old. We're going second. Opening on Ekans Arbok is ideal when we're going second because of the way the breakpoints line up. Jazzy Diamond, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. So they actually win the game if they have Rapidash Blade here. Alright, Professor's research means no Blade possible, which is nice. Blade's another deck I need to work on. I need to figure out a build of that I like. It reads is very powerful. And the Rapidash deal 40 for one with 100 HP is a quality stat line. That is not ideal. Do I want to knock out one of their bench Pokemon with Sabrina? I think so. Yes, Ninetales is a deal 90 for 2, and with Blaine, it can deal 120 for 2. Blaine makes your next attack by Rapidash, Ninetales, or Magmar deal 30 extra, which is a huge jump up. You want a European perspective about what would be best for the world? I think people who live in European countries that don't fully appreciate that people that live there never go bankrupt from medical debt and don't have children that run drills at their school for fear of someone walking in with a semi-automatic rifle should take their privileged garden that they live in not for granted when I talk about politics in the United States. I think a lot of people who live in the UK and parts of Europe and other countries that have really basic things figured out don't realize the types of things that are very basic that just don't happen here in the US. We need another basic. We're in a decent position if we could fish up another Coughing or Ekans, but if we don't, we're gonna be in trouble. I get to finish the Rapidash, and I have Wheezing to not die in 1 to the Ninetales, but I'm gonna die in 2 to the Ninetales. I need something to finish up after that. It does not cost anything to evolve a Pokemon. However, the Pokemon needs to be in play for 1 turn before it can evolve. So Blaine puts us in the ground here, and I assume they're a Blaine deck because they're playing Ninetales and Rapidash. So, yep, there it is. GG opponent. I think even if we'd have had another basic there, the Ninetales probably still puts us in the ground. Truly and entirely, anybody who thinks Trump equals world peace should go look up the number of drone strikes that happened under Trump. And then you'll say, but Jeff, look up the number of drone strikes that happened under Obama. Yeah, I think you could make the argument that most US presidents are war criminals for varying reasons. But the idea that Trump was markedly different is also just devoid from reality. In fact, Trump is on record at one of his rallies talking about how he would help Netanyahu finish the job in Gaza. So, like, Yes, Biden has also almost entirely ended the drone program. The number of drone strikes that have happened under Biden have decreased significantly. They're not zero, and they should get to zero, but they're significantly lower than they were. There goes that pesky reality again with its liberal bias. All right, we can dodge a Misty and a Starmie EX. We can dodge a ball. Surely Misty flips tails here every time, yes? Goodbye, 4 cards. Hello, 3 cards. Still have a Wheezing. A-okay. I think I am not informed enough on all of the nuance and detail that goes into geopolitical politics to have an informed and educated opinion about the atrocities that are happening in Gaza, much less what the appropriate solution is and how I should fix it. And I think anybody acting like there's a simple one-button wave easy answer fix to all of it is either a useful idiot or just a plain idiot. We draw an Arbok, this Koga's pretty good. Honestly, with the second coughing, we might be fine either way. Koga's one of the best cards in the game. And it helps that it pairs with Wheezing, which is also another one of the best cards. Alright, so we get to do this. I get to do this, and the nice thing about the Arbok hit here is it means that even if they top deck another basic, they don't get to pull Starmie out. This puts them to 30, and they get to crack the Arbok, and then I can even retreat the Arbok and finish with the Wheezing next turn, even if they have another one. Thanks for the gift sub, half-half. All right, they got a match point before they got KO'd. Well, looks like we're going to appropriately punish them for not having basics. Yeah, we're still done here on 2 match points because when you don't have any bench Pokemon to switch to, the game is over. Is Darkness my favorite style of deck because of bounce? I've really enjoyed Greninja. I think Wheezing and Koga is powerful, but I think Greninja has the most utility and tricky stuff to do with it. I think it's my favorite thing I've done so far. Been playing Pocket since yesterday afternoon. This game is going to make $1 gajillion. Completely agree. Valentin, thank you for the half a year. They've hit a lot of the right things you need to hit for sure. Tracking's there. We're going first, which is a little sad we don't have Wheezing, but that's what it is. If I start playing now, will my data carry over to the full release? It will. Yeah, this is what we call a soft launch in the industry. Meaning that the game is effectively launched. Get the other Pokeball here too, so if they red card me, it doesn't really get any value. When is it ever right to play a card, assuming you have to? I don't understand your question. If we top deck X speed here, it'll be great. Unlucky. The Koga's not bad, though, actually. Just putting the gas on. Most of my Pokemon Pocket decks start with 2 Pokeballs, 2 Research, and a Sabrina. And then from there, usually you want 5 or 6 basics. And then the details kind of diverge from there depending on what you're looking to do. The potion is a stellar draw here because it means I get to put an energy on here and not die to the 3rd energy unless they have a Geo money. It means my Koga gets to effectively blank 2 attacks worth of damage instead of just 1. My least favorite decks to play into are definitely anything involving the card Misty. With my favorite decks being things that involve Greninja. So Koga returns this to my hands. They don't get the knockout point. Second Wheezing goes up. Put energy on here. Put the coughing out. Koga is just a tempo monster. OTA is out. Sweet. I'm going to publish my OTA review on the Snap YouTube channel, and after we finish this game, we will we'll switch over to snapping. Okay, so they're going to get to KO my Wheezing, but I'm going to get to take 2 points off of them. And if they don't have another thing on their bench, this Arbok could be a finisher here with the Sabrina. Because they're going to put the Blastoise up and knock out my Wheezing. But then short of an incredible Misty, the Gyarados will not be able to deal with the Arbok at a time. When they're Mistying the Blastoise here. Nope, they ain't doing nothing is what they're doing. That's their first match point. I get to put up Arbok. And again, Arbok, when corner hits them, locks them in a room with the Arbok. So they can't just retreat it back out. So will Sabrina here to put up one of their backline Pokemon that have no energy prepared on them. And we have 2 match points here, and I have 2 Arboks basically ready to go. Hit him with the corner. We should be able to take this 140 to nothing before they can ramp up and deal with the Arbok here. He said before getting Misty high rolled. So they need 2 heads on a Misty here. Anything short of 2 heads on a Misty and we're done. We will watch my, honey. You ain't XP nowhere. Arbok has you in the love hug. Arbok's loving embraces here. And I'll do it again, I swear. Going down with the ship. I like this one a lot. I think I actually like this build better than... I like this build better than the muck build of Koga. Yeah, 60 for 2 on a stage 1 is a solid rate. 100 HP is a solid rate. You don't die in 1 hit to Pikachu EX, and then the ability to not retreat is huge. All right, Pokemon Pocket Enjoyers. There was another deck highlight, Machamp EX up on the YouTube channel this morning. If you want more from me on the Hooklandia Pocket side, we are going to kick on over to doing some Marvel Snap. We're going to take a look at their OTA changes and give you my pre-recorded thoughts of them, and obviously we'll add the director's cut commentary as well. Tabbing out spoilers, always. Don't be a spoilers. It's OTA day for Marvel Snap, or over-the-air updates, which means card changes and balance updates. Let's dig into the details, starting with a much-needed Hell Cow nerf. Hell Cow is going to a 4/7 that now only discards a singular card with its activate. Second Hitter acknowledges that their goal with this change was making Hell Cow playable, and they certainly did that. They took it from being one of the most unplayed pieces of trash in the game to a premier piece in one of the most popular combo decks in the game, but they go on to say that even after the novelty of Hella coming back wore off, her play rate has persisted at a rate that they don't care for, so they're trying to tap her down a little bit with this change. The biggest change in my mind that this Hell Cow change results in is that the do nothing till turn 4 Hella draws will now be a lot less powerful. If you're simply Hell Cow, discard one other thing, and Hella on 4, 5, 6, you're only going to get a total of 2 cards as opposed to 3. It also means that discarding those high cost things is going to be more important. Previously, you know, if you discarded a Luke Cage or a Blink that didn't do anything, it wasn't that big of a deal, and now getting absolutely every point possible out of your Hella will be key. I'll be curious to see what this does to the power level and more specifically the popularity of Hela as a deck. At the very least, this change should deal a bit of psychological damage that will hopefully make this annoying casino archetype less popular. Our next change is coming to a key card in the Clog archetype, White Widow. Specifically, the Widow's Kiss will now be a 0-4 card that says destroy this when your side of the location is full. Second Dinner notes that they've learned a lot about the Clog archetype in the last year. For a long time, it really struggled to be competitive, and with the addition of White Widow and other tools, i.e. Kate Bishop's Acid Arrow, it's really started overperforming and been a consistent and powerful metagame force. One of their goals moving forward when they design new cards for this Clog archetype is that they're going to have out clauses to things that are cluttering up your opponent's side, such as filling your location. You get to get rid of the clutter. Second Dinner goes on to say that they note that this could be a big detriment to White Widow's power. I think it is, and they're right, and they're going to monitor if they need to put points back into her kit in the future to make up for it. I wouldn't be surprised if White Widow ends up being a 2-3 as a result of this change. They also note that it is particularly interesting that White Widow can be a synergy card now as well, though, because specifically if you get rid of the text on the Widow's Kiss with Red Guardian, it's actually something of a combo, resulting in you getting 2, 3, and 6 or 11 points of power out of your 2+3 drop. I think this is a great change. I think Clog's a pretty frustrating archetype, and White Widow has been omnipresent as one of the best 2 energy cards in the game, and I think this seems like a solid adjustment, and I like the fact that she can be a build-around card with Red Guardian for a lot of points, a card that she had previously had kind of anti-synergy with. I also like that Second Dinner is outlining a design philosophy change they're going to be approaching Clog with in the future, because I would agree having more organic counterplay to these clutter cards is important to not letting them make the game feel very frustrating for players. Our next change is another nerf to the Clog archetype. Viper is going from a 3-5 down to a 3-4. I am not remotely surprised to see this change happen, and I think it's a good one. Specifically, I don't think a single deck that's currently playing Viper stops playing her because she lost a singular point of power, which means it's a relatively free point to take away. I think Viper's text box when she got her update to always hitting the lowest card on your side was an incredible power boost, and 3-5 and even this new 3-4 Viper are the strongest this card has ever been compared to her old 2-3 iteration that worked at random. Up next, we have a redesigned to Zabu that I really like. The cat will now be a 1-2 with the on reveal, give each 4 cost card in your deck -1 cost. Second Dinner kicks off by noting they've been promising an update to Zabu for a while. They knew when they were originally making the cat on reveal for the next turn, it was an over nerf. They explored making the card activate in their internal playtesting, but they felt like it was a hard line between making the card too strong as a 1 cost with activate and not being strong enough at other costs with a similar effect. They also go on to say that making Zabu a 1 energy card means it can have synergy with Khazar, which is a character thematically it's related to. I like the design that they ended up at. It's going to give it a little bit of a variance element, your opponent not knowing which 4 energy cards that you've drawn, and when you play it out early, you also won't know exactly how big of an impact it's going to be until the end of the game. This seems like it's almost assuredly an upgrade to the existing 2-3 on reveal effect we've previously had. Up next, we have a change to 2 cards and a location. Specifically, Kingpin, Scream, and Fisk Tower will now no longer impact face-down cards. They are doing this for consistency's sake. They want things that impact face-down cards to be as clear about when they're going to do that whenever possible, such as Juggernaut explicitly calling it out, which is also the card that this change is largely being made for, to make up for the fact that Scream is obviously being made worse by this change in each interaction. They're also giving it a base point of power, making it a 2-3 as opposed to the 2-2 it released at. Overall, this change seems fine. It was a niche interaction anyways, Scream's getting an extra point of power out of it, and Kingpin probably continues to be bad like he's always been anyways. Finally, we wrap up on a couple of stat line boosts that I think are probably mostly irrelevant, but they are free points that they can add into the game, so they're certainly not going to make these underplayed cards any worse. Specifically, Grandmaster is going from a 2-2 up to a 2-3, which I think is the most interesting of these. This is a pretty close to on-rate stat line for an effect that can be powerful in the right spots, but is situationally awkward with how you have to have your center location open and play a card from the side. It is worth noting that Clog's going to be getting a bit worse with the White Widow and Viper changes, so perhaps that archetype becoming less popular along with Grandmaster getting a point means it could be useful. Our next buff is Okoye, is going from a 2-2 up to a 2-3 with simply the note she's been struggling, and she's a neat card, so they want to add points back into her kit. Finally, Emperor Hulkling is going from a 6-11 up to a 6-12. I would be shocked if this card is anything above garbage tier still, even with this change. There's just so many 6 energy cards that Hulkling can copy that effectively make it terrible, and even when it does get a 6 energy card that ends up being good, such as Goliath, that's only marginally better, and the absolute most insane high rolls where you get something like a Arnim Zola or a Null against Destroy or even a Dr. Doom are so few and far between, they rarely make up for the amount of raw bricks that you're getting on the in-between. Overall, this feels like a solid B, maybe B plus over the air update. They hope the changes are fine. I think it's hard to know exactly where things are going to shake out. I will say that, like, I played against way more Erishim than I did Hela and Clog yesterday, and I don't know that I expect that to really change, which is unfortunate. You know, like a third of my games were Erishim yesterday, so maybe that won't be the case today, as people wanna do things, but I really hope that maybe Erishim is not going to be everywhere. Have an advert. We're gonna play something when we get back. I don't know what. Don't go anywhere. Chat, I think one of my favorite things is when I ban some conservative dipshit and they request an unban request, they get confused and act like a mod was abusing their power and it wasn't me that banned them. And I just had one that went another step further, and I told them to fuck off in their unban request, and they slid into my DMs. They're like, hey, one of your mods is abusing their power. They told me to fuck off in the unban request. Was it the both sides guy? No, it was the Trump is world peace guy. Like, one of your mods is being abused. So I was like, no, that was me. So here's me telling you to pound sand again. Irish Nexus, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. You asked for a manager, too bad I'm the manager. Evil! Thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. At least they're consistent in being detached from reality. Yep. I mean, like, unironically, will chat think less of me if the thing I kind of want to do is play White Widow with Red Guardian and armor? Am I allowed to start there? She's technically better with armor now. White Widow armor sounds great. Oh my gosh! White Widow armor misery is a real curve. White Widow armor misery could be a real curve. Is that? Nah, it seems clunky. That seems clunky. We should do it anyways? We should do it anyways. Oh, the misery. I need my splits this morning. Yeah, I checked that while I was walking. I don't know that I expect to... Centrist! Thank you for the 53 months. Welcome back. I don't know that I expect Zabu to be insane. It's definitely like... I don't know what Zabu decks look like offhand, but it's definitely not this. What else would I want to do with misery? Are there other things to misery here? Is just Hooded White Widow enough? Annie Bamonte, thank you for the 90 months. Hope you're doing all right. Debris. I don't know if I'm interested in debris. Definitely not interested in playing Rooted. That sounds awful. Worth cards in this. Gwenpool. Gwenpool's interesting. I was thinking I want one more good four. Gwenpool could be the answer. Do I want Beast or is Falcon better here? Falcon might actually be better here. Psylocke, I don't hate the suggestion of Psylocke. A fifth one's probably not terrible either. Yeah, I think that Falcon's a 700 gold variant. Yeah, it's probably just like Sabelia. Ooh, I like that call out. We don't have nearly as much bounce stuff with just Falcon. Can I play Snow Guard? I like having a way to interface with locations too. Can Zabu's effect stack? Yep. 100% Zabu's effect can stack. Is this enough fours? Chat thinking I need more than 4 fours or why your Zabu decks are gonna be bad. Are we not a hood deck? That's an interesting thought. What if I played like Spider Ham in that slot and just had more disruption? That makes us a little bit better against Killmonger too. Yeah, I'm into it. I'd buy that for $1. Schemer. Does Zabu only hit cards you haven't drawn yet? Yes, Zabu hits cards while they are in your deck. Got my Nico. Oh, come on. Damn it, video game. I'm actually gonna grapple my 4-drop because a lot of these Thanos X people have been playing with our Killmonger decks. Sixes aren't long for this world. These ones aren't long for this world. Angel is confirmed Killmonger gamer. Who still moves the dog? The dog can chase the cat. So long, one drops, I hardly knew you. Oh. Adds 12 over here, it adds 1 over here. Thanos left? Yeah, honestly, it might have been. Hey, Captive, thanks for checking out the Factor sponsor. I hope your food's delicious and enjoy your 6-month gift sub to the channel. Gamers, if you're someone else like Captive who gives me your dollary dues or has thought about it, consider checking out our Factor sponsor if you live in the US. I'll hook you up with a gift sub to the channel as a thank you. So you get some food with your support all the same. Another OTA with no changes to Hela. How do you get dressed in the morning, gamer? Is it challenging to like put your pants on with takes like that? I gotta imagine other things in life are difficult. Look, looking at this OTA and coming to the conclusion that like they didn't adjust Hela in this OTA. Excuse me, what? They didn't adjust what? Did you see the same OTA I did? My dear gamer, please explain. Copying the demon, I guess, is less appealing against a Killmonger deck. I might have been right to just, like, Snowguard, one of the Snowguard animals here. My wife and I have been loving the Factor. The food's great, and the portions fit well with trying to lose weight. They are excellent for both of those things. Very tasty. Zabu with Misery. So the problem with trying to Misery Zabu is that by the time you Misery Zabu, you're only going to get a couple more draws. So your chances of getting a card that Zabu discounts is kind of low at that point. Yes, the OTA review video is up on YouTube. This is like a... Oh wait, the reality stoning? The Panopticon? Oh. Crap.
I am inevitable.
Their Thanos costs 3. It's 12 here, up to 17. It's the Proving Grounds, chat. I assume we're dead since they played center. I'm for Shane quickly. We have priority. I'd like the record to reflect they didn't fist bump after the game that they lost, only the game that they won. Average Marvel Stat emote interfacer. Ooh. So we have Zabu on 1, but I have 2 4s in my hand already. I'm gonna be curious to see if this ends up feeling better than the other Zabu. Unironically, this Zabu might be worse with Wicked. I'm gonna put the Chimichanga into play, just so that way if this location adds a card to my hand, I don't freaking draw. Oh, this Zabu change is significantly worse with Mr. Negative.
I am Ego, and this is my domain.
That's not particularly close. Ego about to turn 6 Falcon, almost assuredly. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Oh my gosh, there's an apocalypse in their hands.
I am Ego, and this is my domain.
Bounce deck's still bad when Ego flips up. Someone write that down. When someone taking notes, put that down. It is Erishim. Erishim. We're playing against Erishim. Turn off the lab? Yeah, probably. Wicked! Wicked! That'll do, pig. That'll do. The odds of this enabling turn 3 Wicked are so low. Wow. What a lucker. Falcon, to me! Put all the points on the Enchantress, I think. Clog with armor was the first thing we built. And then I thought about this a little bit and I was like, let's do this first. But yeah, clog with armor is definitely almost assuredly going to be a thing. That seems good, yeah. Yeah, Snowguard Hawk turning off Warrior Pulse should be good for us, I think. Erishim and turn 1 or 2 Loki still the same. That's actually the most elegant part of White Widow's design change. You can't White Widow Space Throne or bar with no name anymore. That's actually really sweet. Oh, look, it's a second Erishim opponent in a row. Airship was almost a third of the games we played yesterday, for reference. This is exactly why we have Snow Guard in the deck. Snow Guard makes us a 3, so we can go Snow Guard, Burn into Wicked now. I agree the balance changes are really good. I think all the shots they took were great. Minus the typical we gave +1 power to a bunch of things and they won't matter. I think there's always gonna be some of those, so just be like a Gamora off of Agent Coulson.
I feel a little light.
I don't know that I have time to Gwenpool in this deck. Feels like I don't. Oh, the Falconeer stops the dog from moving. Sure does. Alright, have a dog, because I'm a giver. Oh, this actually bricks their draw, so giving them 1 here seems great. Oh, I needed to put the Falcon here. I missed oh, I guess I was missing one either way, yeah? That's fine. We got the Murray ends up working out. If we want the dog in the middle, I don't know. I need more than 5 on the right if I'm gonna go in there.
Victory.
Deck building perspective, this deck seems like it has good bones. Are there any other 4s we can play other than Gwenpool? I might try a couple more games with her, but I'd like to entertain other things in that slot. It seems like she's gonna be hard to set up a lot of the time here. Call Obsidian, I don't think Misery. Call's interesting. Call big, another number is appealing. We can definitely meet his requirement. Symbiote Spider-Man is not a playable card. Oh, I should put Shang-Chi in my deck? Thanks, Gamer. Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel's interesting.
Oh, snap.
too many overlapping costs for that? I can also just not play 4 4s. We can play 1 less 4. But like, we can put like a collector in or something. Jessica Jones for old time's sake, poor gal. What she used to be. Let's be skinny. Scarlet Spider is not a good Marvel Snap card either. Also, yes. We have the power. Ooh. Oh, this is funny. So they get 2 Nikos, and wait, no wait, their Nikos should roll new modes in their hand now, right? Standing in that correct? If they roll 2x on any of them. Playing the Crimson Cosmos on the last turn feels like cheating. Oh, we turned off the double. Sure did. Sure did. Jeff being able to play into Crimson Cosmos now, I've seen everything, truly. Six here. Oh, but they're merging into the Nico to double again. I'm dumb. My brain is bad. Yeah. They stay where that is every time, yeah. 1 anyways, because tech cards are correct. Cool. Easiest game of Marvel Snap I ever played, never doubted me for a second.
Power must be controlled.
Our power has been controlled.
Victory.
We play Absorbing Man instead of Gwenpool. I just don't have anything to Absorbing Man other than the tech cards, right? Eternal Mistlix. That's what Falcon's for, Stark. Falcon lets us play Zabu out and then pick him up and do it again, yeah? Get the dog jump. Hey, Midnight Guy, slide into my DMs with a copy of your receipt with the discount code, showing the discount code applied. We'll get you hooked up. Thanks for checking out the sponsor. Oh, you know, we were talking about other options for Gwenpool, and someone mentioned Cull. Sasquatch might be a good choice, actually. Collector could definitely also be alright. I agree with that. Collector answer 2 to play on curve is appealing. Cause yeah, like look here, every time we have Gwen and every time I have Wicked and Wolf, I just don't have. I just don't have time to. I don't have time to use them all. I think it's this. I think it's this. Gets me. This gets me this, and this back to my hand, which doesn't brick me.
Minions to me.
We are the future.
Oh, come on. have some adverts. I will go get something to drink. We'll continue to do whatever this is. I'd also like the record to reflect we lost this game, and they didn't even have Luke Cage. We pigged their Luke Cage. Going on, SoCal? Thanks for the 10 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Hey, look! It's our third Airship opponent out of 6 or 7. That's cool. I didn't need to copy this with this. Why not just play Darkhawk to hard counter Airship? Because my goal as a content creator and as someone who enjoys playing and exploring different things in card games isn't to simply just win as many games as possible. It's to try and win games while also exploring things that I think are interesting and fun to play. I don't want to sit there and just hammer one thing because it happens to be a counter into the thing we've run into in a third of our matches. Why Demon right there? Because it didn't matter? Because Cancun meant we were playing for a tiebreaker? White Widow's even better at playing for priority than before, which is neat. Boneless Wing! Thanks for hanging out for so long. I appreciate the, watching a bunch over the last little bit. It gets those. Gets those, gets those. Let's kill Celine here is the problem. So I'd only have 12 versus 14. Man thing win the right. Man thing wins the right if Mysterio isn't there. The problem is we're dead to a Mysterio. Need Mysterio to be left. Well, the good news is I don't have to play against Aeroship anymore. I can concede. Are the stat metrics versus pocket metrics? Pocket metrics are have been about 80 to 90% of the non-Twitch drop stat metrics. Which is pretty solid. For reference, when I was doing Magic the Gathering, and I was dipping into Snap had like 50% of my Magic the Gathering metrics, so. Will it expand on full release? 100% it'll expand on full release. My Snap numbers before Snap's full release went from 50% of my Magic numbers to 200% of my Magic numbers relatively quickly. The time of day actually hurts my Pokemon Pocket numbers as well. Like, I'm doing Pocket to start the stream. I was actually doing Snap to end the stream when I was doing it during the thing, which artificially inflated those and suppresses Pocket a little bit. You have a Pocket Primer? No, I don't intend to make a Pocket Primer because similar to Snap, their onboarding is good. If you want to know how to play it, you should just install it. I think installing it and playing the 15-minute tutorial or 10-minute tutorial, however short it is, it's really short. Will do much more for you than me trying to make a video. Swarm makes White Widow worse, said. Red Guardian, however. Red Guardian's got some things to say about White Widow. These two are, what, 5? There are 11 points between the two of them, yeah? Oh, does the kiss die immediately? It might, yeah. Where are the swarms going? Maybe I'm just supposed to play for here? I don't think they can play for here. I don't think they're discarding 2 cards. I guess they could Modoc, but if they Modoc, they're not what's it called, eh? Oh, this doesn't work here because it hits the green goblin. Yeah, let's try this to play for all of them. Oh my gosh, is this just Modoc and then I lose? Holy, I needed to move the Nocturne. Played to put it.
Apocalypse.
Good play from them. If I move the Nocturne, we win with average Nocturne variance. Is there a way to watch your old Magic content? I'm pretty sure YouTube doesn't delete stuff. No, Red Guardian's always been -2 since release. Scroll back on the Jeff Oakland YouTube channel. There's a ton of old stuff up there. Even back to me having a rig to play record paper Magic. Hey, Mid Guy, are you still in chat? If you are, can you at me? I see your Twitter DM. Lefty, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. I'm pretty surprised the first deck we're trying is Clog. We tried Zabu, Wiccan, Bounce, and I died to Hela, and I died to Aeroship twice, and now we're here. Now we're here contemplating our existence, genuinely wondering if there's any fix for the state of everything. Mines and all that. Well, at least our Viper's hitting regardless. LOL. No, they have to patch things to boost, so the suppressed rates on Inked and Gold are still suppressed. Someday, this client isn't going to just absolutely vomit on itself when I try and do something after the day rolls over. I don't know. Today is obviously not that day, but someday in the distant future, I'm going to be able to like click and claim things that roll over, and the client's not going to just like self-implode. What currency do you care the most about? I mean, gold is the best currency because it turns into all the other ones. Good piece of art. For sure. For sure. Good guy, thanks for checking out the Factor promo. Enjoy your gift sub. Favorite meta deck ever? I enjoy bounce decks. Are they a Luke Cage deck? Smells like they're a Luke Cage deck. I'm optimistic about winning the sewer system. So if they Surfer here, absorbing me in here, they'll get +4 up to 2 and +4 up to 6, so I'm still winning that. I pull this out. They go down to... They go down to 6. They gain 8 off of Double Surfer. They go up to 14. I'm at 9, 11. What's the Titania? We at least do a Killmonger, but we beat Absorbing Man, Surfer, so I'm gonna stay.
Are ye worthy?
Well, I could grapple the demon into the middle. That's a good catch. I would put more points there. The middle was never the question, though. We always had enough points in the middle, but that's a good catch.
Victory.
Well, I guess, does grappling the demon into the middle do us better in the face of Killmonger? Yeah, it does, right? Because then the Titania's dead. This was one of those games where I think enough people don't recognize and do this enough, where we had the ability to Nocturne the Limbo, but not Nocturning the Limbo is actually better for us. The threat of being able to do it forces the opponent into a bad spot as opposed to actually doing it.
Snap.
Don't ever play this card on 1 unless there's some crazy circumstance that makes it good. In general, you want to play this card when it's deterministic where she's going to end up at and you're clogging your opponent with her. I think that's a really, really good level-headed take, Dr. Doolittle. Duck says, I think today's OTA was a step in the right direction. However, the metagame has so many issues, it's going to take a few of those steps in the right direction to get it to a good spot. I completely agree with that take. I enjoyed their communication. I think the identifier of how clog cards with White Widow and trying to bake outs into clog cards in the future was really good as well.
Opponent snapped.
I don't think I'm ever winning the left, so we're gonna put this here. Where do they Wong? I think it's right. Perfect. And you'll note I played the Titania after the Green Goblin because I have priority here, meaning I need the Titania to flip up, then their card plays, and then she jumps across. So I don't see them adding more than 4 on the right? Anybody help me out? How do they add more than 4 on the right? Need it to Killmonger always. Ironheart Surfer. Yeah, that's a good shout. Do I play her on that? You're up to 16. They're definitely higher hard tech. We've seen that. A lot of the time, the hazmat builds of Surfer don't fit in Killmonger, but some of the time they do. What I expect their missing cards to be. Honestly, no idea. Their Silver Surfer is one of them, and then there's probably 2 other 3s that have varying utility. Yeah, I think there's a lot of cards the non-Surfer slots could be here. I don't. This deck isn't like enough of an established deck to really narrow it down without seeing them. I don't think. Yeah, Shaw could be likely. Sarah could be likely. Ajax. I don't think there's strict. Yeah. All right. That was an alright game. There was no Hella or Airship involved. Let's tap and add roll. Then we'll try some more of this when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Zabu changes. The Zabu changes novel. I'll be interested to see if the Zabu chains ends up giving that card a home anywhere, because I do think old Zabu on reveal had found a home inside of Wiccan decks, and I don't think he's playable inside of Wiccan decks anymore. So we'll see where that ends up at. New Zabu could be good in hand buff. I could see that. You play Gwenpool and Absorbing Man and Misery now. Well, maybe we'll give that a try after we're done plugging. I did like Misery hand buff yesterday. He said they did give Okoye a point. Although her point is a bit less relevant when we're misering her in some of the games now, yeah? Yeah, we're currently playing a clog deck with Armor and Red Guardian alongside White Widow. I will say, I like that White Widow has Armor synergy, because she also helps you play for priority with Armor. Jessica Jones. I think hoping Zabu does anything for Jessica Jones is full cope. I think that's unlikely.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
Wild, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Get it! Get it! Lucky! We're so professional, chat. you put a misery review on YouTube? No, I don't really do card reviews anymore for cards that are pretty mediocre, which is unfortunately most cards these days. Go left! Oh, that's such a brutal coin flip to lose. Oh. Well, that's kind of funny. Holy. Is it better to do this so we don't accidentally get stuck with the goblin? It potentially gives them a demon, but it locks them probably. I'm the problem, it's me. At tea time, everybody agrees. I think this wins the game a lot of the time. Are we the baddies? Unequivocally. If anybody's saying we're not the baddies is wrong. 1000% confirmed baddies.
Victory.
Nerf White Widow, chat. Old White Widow, this would have been -2. Now it's -6. That's so many minuses.
Frame break.
Yes, White Widow is no longer a generically good 2-drop. It is a 2-drop that has deck building considerations, which is great. Like, I think having White Widow be a good 2-energy card that you have to put other cards in your deck is phenomenal. Am I vibing on this? No, I'm gonna take the stats on it, I think. Man, that's so unfortunate. We would have had the curve. The widow nocturne, or the widow armor misery curve. Try and peel Red Guardian now. Nocturne a card you could replace? I'm pretty sure Ben Brode personally comes to your house and uninstalls Marvel Snap if you try to replace Nocturne. She's a special girl and that's not allowed.
Opponent snapped.
Gunners, thank you for the 51 months. I think they're filling here for the kiss every time, yeah? They have my Red Guardian and my Viper here. God, I should have snapped him back. I should have snapped him back. I was feeling it.
Victory.
Never too late to move or snap. Nah, they relieve it every time. Very deterministic. I knew in my heart of hearts we had them. Watching multiple Twitch streams at once does not make your drops go faster. So, as an FYI. Are they setting up misery on the left then? This has to be like turn 4 misery on the left, yeah? Is what they're setting up? And now they're gonna misery the middle. So they'll stay because they're gonna misery the middle. So that we block them and we give them the Widow's Kiss. God, we just dismantled this gamer. Holy forking shirt balls. Let me turn their stream off real quick. This isn't fair. Cool.
Victory.
I got my Candace C6 before I got Zillion, so I was pretty happy with that outcome.
Opponent snapped.
Skelly is bad for Bill. Yeah, that's my gut read. Is that true? Skelly is not good for them. Opinion on Misery changed since Tuesday. I don't think so. It's just alright. Oh, they thought I was gonna armor. Don't tell Scotty, chat. Scotty doesn't know. Daddy's home. Daddy. I would like to put your last 2 cubes into the wagering. I would like to wager the rest of it, please. Oh, that's cute. Okay.
All systems go.
This ties here, yeah? Because I get the 3, and then we both get +6. So they do nothing here. This ties, and then I'm up 9, and I'm up 8. Assuming average rate, so it's guaranteed to be a roots. Why doesn't he have text? Oh, he got Sauron. I was like, why doesn't he have text? What did I miss? This guy right here. Cool, well that wasn't very close. Turned him into a dinosaur. That was a canon event right there, chat.
Epic.
Kazar getting turned into a dinosaur by Sauron. I heard Misery Mill was the #1 snap deck right now. Okay, come on. I know there's a lot of clickbait on YouTube, but assuredly there is not a Misery Mill as a top deck right now. That has to be a bridge too far for everyone. Yes. You're making that up. I felt bad playing this deck. Misery Mill is menacing as a literal YouTube title. I mean, maybe they felt bad playing it because it wasn't very good. Did you ever stop and think about that? Maybe the reason they felt bad was because it's atrocious. I absolutely love that this card has sequencing and synergies to it now. I am so happy that she is not just a generically good 2-energy card. I really just want to hammer on what Duck said earlier about the state of the current format. I don't think today's OTA change is gonna get us back to perfect, but I think it is a great step in the right direction and shows that they understand what they need to be doing. This location kind of sucks for us. So does this one.
I am Iron Man.
So this is going here. This is going here. This is going here. They drew Stormbreaker in 24 cards. All right, my wife needs to talk to me for a minute, so I'm gonna mute this. Rope them for a second because we're done.
Escaped. Oh, snap.
White Widow's still really good in Altered, it turns out. About a third of our matches have been against Airship after the OTA. Just in case anybody wanted to keep track. And then the first card they drew with Loki was our White Widow. Cool. Cool. What do we think of doing this just to constrain their play? Save armor. No, I wanna misery, I wanna misery the right. No, I need the doctor to stay on the right, chat, so that way, I need doctor to stay on the right. So that way the Titania doesn't come across. Does Titania work with? Oh, there's stuff. We're gonna fill middle, which breaks it, which means the Titania jumps and then comes back, yeah? Oh, that's how 2 Widow's Kisses work. That's really interesting. Yeah, I suppose that is how it would have to work, yeah? And now they're keeping my Titania because of the way the Widow's Kisses work. JK, LOL, no wait. We're good, I think, question mark? Okay. What a silly game.
Victory.
That'll do, pig! That'll do. Hot potato, hot potato! Oppa! Well, Kate will Nocturne, reset the Asteroid M. Will Hood plus Viper. We have an okay start here, but like our start being good is less important than how good their start is with their Aeroship deck, so. I'll snap on the Titania draw. Excited for their one draw off of my deck to be Viper again. Oh, that's pretty good too. I don't think they can fill here and here, yeah? Yeah, there is a gift sub promo for the factory sponsorship.
Snap.
Misery and Thanos is not good. Misery in general is probably not a very good card. Erishim has just always been good. And they have a random Erishin Baron Zemo, so they're gonna get to kill my Widow's Kiss before I can Red Guardian it because they have the random one. Fun stuff.
Escaped.
I was gonna be chill and not really read chat. I was gonna keep my head down and play some games since we've got people here, but I was gonna talk less because I feel like I'm just gonna be complaining if I talk. I don't want people to have to just listen to me complain. We'll try some stuff out, but it's just, you know, it's more of the same. Marvel Snap's not the same game since Airship released. Anthonynator, thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. If I switch to Pocket, we'll lose half our viewers because drops are still going on for Marvel Snap. So we're going to finish out on Marvel Snap today, and then we'll probably do a little bit more Pocket. Until Pocket releases, then we'll do a lot of Pocket. Don't want your card suggestions. Go away. I just want to play my game. I don't want to be told that you think the new card is good when the stats in it are really, really bad. I have no desire. The card is not good. Let's pull up the stats so we can show the card is not good. So when I say it's not good, you can believe that it's data-driven. Oh look, it actually got a little bit better than the last time I looked at it. I think Snap supplants Snap. I think I've just struggled to find joy playing Marvel Snap in the recent months. And there's a number of factors related to that, but the quality of gameplay related to Airshim is definitely a big part of it. I think a big part of what makes Marvel Snap fun for me is the snapping and retreating mechanic, and Airshim makes the snapping and retreating mechanic basically not matter, or not function remotely the same. It takes the information and it makes it asymmetrical, and it means I can never make educated or informed choices, and none of it matters. This deck felt fine. I don't know. I think it's neat that White Widow is a synergy card now, and I would probably I would like to build more decks with White Widow and Armor and Red Guardian. And the games that didn't involve Airshim were like really fun, and I enjoyed my back and forth there. But like a third of the games we've played have been against Airshim, so it's like, well, a third of my games I just like don't get to like snapping or retreating doesn't matter still. Great. I just want you to know that if you tell me, Jeff, if you're not having fun with Marvel Snap, you should quit your job, you should fuck off. Thanks. That's a good suggestion. That's good financial advice from Twitch chat as always. I think Misery is a really mediocre card. I think Misery is kind of a neat and novel effect that doesn't really punch hard enough to keep up with anything. Let's try Zabu in here. It's another Misery deck. I don't think this deck wants to play Misery and Grandmaster. I don't think you have room for all of it. I think Misery's probably better, even with Grandmaster being slightly bigger now. Yeah, this is pretty good. Energy, poor energy, Odin. Just play Darkhawk and Cassandra Nova in every deck, and you'll always beat Airship. I think one of the most interesting disconnects in my mind is I'll talk about how I don't have fun playing against Airship because of the play patterns, and chat immediately thinks that not having fun means I'm not winning. Because the only way many of you have fun with your games is when you win. And it doesn't matter if I'm winning or losing against Airship, the games end up not being fun for me because my choices weren't meaningful and interesting. Like winning the game doesn't matter if the game was a bad game. Like it wasn't fun because the snapping and whatever didn't matter, and I just clenched my butt cheeks and hoped for the best, and yeah, it worked out great. Ended up winning. Whenever people hear, so many people when they hear like, oh, I'm not enjoying this, they're just like, oh, well, you're just not winning. Here's how you win. It's like, no, it's like not winning is not the problem. Yeah, I get it. This is Marvel Snap. You can put counter cards in your deck for anything. Got some points here. We did some hand buff stuff. Got a 9-power Mysterio here, and a 5-power Clone, 16-power Mr. Sinister.
Minions to me.
Hulkling without text. We win the breaker here, yeah. $21 on the rate. Coolio. They tied us with the buff. Unfortunately for them, he was still textless. Yeah, I agree with that. 55-75. I think another thing that kind of took some of my joy out of being able to play Marvel Snap was alliances. Even if I choose to not care about alliances existing and the way the missions are make it so the people I play against in Proving Grounds and Silver play different decks and behave differently while they play them. There's a bunch of people who aren't actually trying to play Marvel Snap. They're trying to waste my time while they finish alliance missions. And that's not even really their fault. It's the system and the way it's designed that encourages them to do that. So the problem is with the system. I think alliances are easily the biggest swing and a miss they've ever implemented in this game. The weird thing on alliances is way back in the Hearthstone days, Broad said they didn't want to do achievements or heavier duty quests because it twisted normal play patterns too much. I guess at Snap they decided it didn't matter. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what's happened. And like I said, I don't want to yuck. I know some people enjoy doing the alliance chores. My primary issue is that the way people use and play the game inside of the spots I'm playing in Conquest typically mean I can't opt out. If I could just say never queue me into people that are doing alliance missions instead of playing regular Snap, it like wouldn't be a big deal. But that's not an option, right? My favorite part about streaming is how I can sit here and be like articulating myself in a really detailed manner, and then someone in chat will just be like, nah, that's not true. They won't engage with the actual discussion at all. Or just like, nah, you're wrong. Good luck, Godspeed. To be fair, the turn 3 retreating isn't related to alliances. No, our Urk is nice, but up in the Greninja are lovely.
Escape. Opponent snapped.
Into one Supreme. That was almost a disaster. I'm paying attention. I'm awake! I'm awake! I didn't want to win that 50-50 anyways. Alright, we're gonna draw an incredibly cheap and buff absorbing man here, gamers. It's gonna be incredible. Any good Zabu decks? I'll be interested to see if those exist. I'm skeptical at the moment. I also wouldn't be surprised if they do exist. It'll just end up being some type of Shang-Chi pile. Where's the new cards yet? I think if you enjoy bounce, getting where Olsa can pick up. Especially once you're a few keys into any spotlight cash, picking up the other cards if it is a solid thing to be doing. This deck's just not very good. Misery. None of Misery's stats are very good, and I don't expect that to change. I don't think playing Scar is likely to make me very happy.
Snap! Opponent snapped.
Crazy saying YouTube comments saying Scream decks are dead. That which is dead may never die. I'm pretty sure the extra point of power on Scream means it's better than it was previously. Sabu Moon Girl's not a terrible idea, but I mean, like, what? You're not you don't have anything useful to copy, though, right? Stack. Oh, could be Misery, yeah. Is this why other streamers steal copyrighted music, chat? So when they sit here in contemplation, silently queuing into Erisham for the 5th time in the last hour and a half, they have something to fill the void? Yeah, turn 7 givers. Says local man about to be legioned. The higher split rates are not active yet, no. I think if you trace it all back, Danger Zone, that was it. Like, we always had ups and downs and goods and bads, but the game really changed when Erisham released. Really changed it around. Alright, it's time for an ad. I'm gonna run to the restroom. We're gonna try a little bit more. I like to try at least one more deck, but I'll see you in a couple minutes. is my... I want to play all the cards that beat Aeroship deck. That was some fun, at least. Maybe we'll just give up brewing in this format, and I'll just sit and hammer decks. That's the thing, right? Like, the people are like, you can always beat it. You're right. I just didn't want to, like, stop building decks, but building decks has just been, it's just been bad. Well, I don't know that I can. A negative hawk just got me to infinite. Yeah, I think this deck's really good. I've liked it a lot. You play Misery Thors? We did. Zabu's. I can't imagine Zabu is better than any of the cards already in here. Oh, yeah, I guess you can't play White Widow in here anymore, huh? That's fair. We tried Wicked Mounts with Zabu and it didn't feel very good. I put the tech cards and stuff in. Let's just play a little of this end of the stream. See if we can find some joy. Most of the games have been Airship stuff, Ghost Rider. I would be kind of surprised if Hell is not still good. I don't know, maybe we'll be surprised, but we queued into Hella earlier and it still seemed very good. Still playable. Yeah, almost assuredly. It's pretty rare that Snap nerfs cards and they're unplayable afterwards. That's a nice one. You pig. Alright. I thought we were winning the Eternity Range. We can bounce that thing at least. I'm gonna pull my monkey into play on Auto Slam. Are we dead? I think we're dead.
I am Iron Man.
See you tomorrow morning. Have a good rest of your Thursday.